Hello and welcome to our special Election Day coverage. We'll be here on WCNC Plus and YouTube for the next several hours covering all of the key races.
And that includes live team coverage for you tonight with our crews spread across the Carolinas. And we want to start with this breaking in the last 15 minutes or so. We're learning Tim Scott is projected to have been reelected here to this U.S. Senate seat representing South Carolina. You remember he was running against Democrat Crystal Matthews, and this race ranks in the top 10 most expensive Senate races in the country, with Senator Scott raising almost $50 million.
WCNC Charlotte's Indira Esquiva joins us live from Scott's campaign headquarters in Charleston with the latest on this newest development for us. Indira?
Yeah, Fred, Vanessa, I'd say this was a pretty straightforward win for Senator Tim Scott. Literally minutes after polls closed at 7 p.m. here in South Carolina, both the AP and then NBC News projected him as the winner. He was running against Crystal Matthews. She is the South Carolina state representative here in South Carolina, but that was a quick win for sure. What will be interesting is AP says that Senator Scott is planning on this being his final time in the Senate. The big question is if he's prepared to run or if he wants to run for president. He is expected to speak tonight at 9 p.m. Right now, they'll let his win called so soon, people haven't even started gathering at his election party, but we'll certainly be trying to ask some of those questions, including what his future will be like and if a possible presidential run is in it. For now, live in Charleston, Indira Esquiva, WCNC Charlotte.
Indira, thank you. And we know there in South Carolina, the polls have been closed for about a half hour, but polls just closed really here at 7:30 in North Carolina. Anyone, though, in line by this time can still cast their ballot.
WCNC Charlotte's Megan Bragg joins us live from a polling location. Megan, are you in Union County?
Yes, I am in Union County. I'm actually in Union County, and we are at the Waxhaw Volunteer Fire Department right now. And guys, it was kind of a heart-wrencher, really, because it was turning 7:30. Two people I saw running up to get in line. There are poll watchers that were yelling, saying, you got to get in line now, you got to get in line now, because they are at the end of the line right now, telling people, you're done, you can't get in line anymore. And they're monitoring if somebody is going to try to get in that line, because you can't get in line anymore. If you're in line, you're fine. You can still vote, but if you're not in line, you can't vote. So today was very busy, though. We've been all over Union County. We saw a bunch of different polling places. We saw lines at all of those polling places. Here in particular, there were long lines. We got here about 3:30 in the afternoon, and people were waiting for about an hour on average. But, you know, everything went pretty smooth. Everyone said they had a good time in line. They met a bunch of people. They said it wasn't too long of a wait, they felt like, because they were chatting, and they said they really wanted to come out and make their voice heard. So, you know, some long lines, but right now it's doesn't look too long. It's moving pretty fast. Like I said, those poll workers are out there monitoring this right now. 170,000 people registered in Union County. Lots of people voting today. Here at this polling place, they had 7,000 people registered. So a bunch of people coming in and out today here in Union County. For now, reporting live in Union County, Megan Bragg, WCNC Charlotte.
Folks eager to vote but turned away because they got to the polls late. Wow. All right, Megan, thank you for that reporting.
Okay, so yes, ballot counting is underway in North Carolina. Many tight races at stake.
WCNC Charlotte's Nate Morbido joins us live from the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections. Nate?
Yeah, hey there, this is the time of the night when you start hitting refresh on your phone to see the results coming in. Mecklenburg County just released their early voting results. Just came in, you can check those out there as they're coming in early right now. It's very quiet right in here. Like, the loudest thing I can hear is the generator hum from the lights that are set up, that when the trucks start coming in with the ballots and the people start bringing them in and wheel them on down. One of my favorite parts of election night is what you're seeing over here. These are generally volunteers that are just basically here to help get those ballots from the cars into the building so they can start counting those votes. And I will tell you, back in 2020 when we were here, it went fast. I mean, they were counting votes quickly, and I feel like before 11 o'clock, all the votes were counted. The plan is that that's going to happen again tonight. From what we're hearing from election officials, there's no major delays throughout the day. In fact, maybe the most notable thing that they've told us that's happened was some voters were in line at one precinct. The fire alarm went off. They had to leave and evacuate the building. They were able to come back in and vote some more. Leading up to Election Day, there was an issue here in October related to a little bit of maybe a disagreement as early voting results came in. There were some people that were kind of asking questions, were asked to leave, and then were later supposedly taking pictures of some of the election officials' license plates. It's one of about 15 complaints that went to the state of anything from voter intimidation to voter interference to election official intimidation. But as of earlier today, the state told us, other than those 15 leading up to Election Day, there weren't really anything today to report. And now that the polls have closed and the results are going to start being counted, hopefully any of those issues are in the past. I will tell you, I got a tour inside earlier today, and there are absentee ballots are in there too. They seem pretty surprised by the number of people who are voting absentee. This year looked like about 19,000 or so as of last night had cast their votes via absentee ballot. Of course, those are still coming in and will be counted. Those that arrive after today will be counted at a later date. But as we just mentioned, the early voting totals are now released here. Any minute now, all of these poll workers will start arriving in their cars. They'll take their ballot boxes. They'll load them up in bins. The volunteers will wheel them all into that building where they'll start counting. They're ready to go, and they're hoping it's going to be an easy, quick night tonight here in Mecklenburg County without any issues, much like it was 2 years ago. Reporting live in Mecklenburg County, Nate Morabito, WCNC Charlotte.
It's amazing how many things can potentially go wrong, how many working pieces are involved in this election process. Nate, thank you for your reporting. Let's talk about Cheri Beasley. She is the Democratic candidate running to represent North Carolina in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, so we want to check in with her watch party here in WCNC Charlotte's Brianna Harper, who's joining us live there in Raleigh. What is the mood like right now, Bree?
Yeah, Fred and Vanessa, the Cheri Beasley election party is officially underway. You can hear the music, you can see the people, a lot of good energy here in this area. And really, throughout the campaign, Cheri Beasley supporters have been out front and making their support obvious. In fact, she actually was able to raise nearly 3 times as much money for her campaign compared to the Ted Budd campaign. And they've also been able to make sure if she wins, that it is a historic win. She could become the first black senator for North Carolina. And it's been a while since North Carolina actually had a Democrat represent them in the U.S. Senate. So this definitely could be a big thing if Cheri Beasley is able to get the win. I want you guys to take a look at some video from polling places across the state earlier today, people going out casting their vote. Beasley's campaign tells us that she was actually in Fayetteville earlier today trying to do that last-minute push at the polls to get her campaign out there. She was also involved in the Souls to the Polls initiative, which was an effort to make sure that churchgoers were able to get their votes cast as well. And right now, Bud has a slight lead over Cheri Beasley, but her campaign says they knew it was going to be a close race, but they are confident that when each vote counted, there may be a possible victory tonight. So as polls are closed officially now here in North Carolina, those results will continue to roll in, and we guys will keep you updated with this campaign and hopefully when Cheri Beasley makes her appearance herself. So for live now here in downtown Raleigh, Brianna Harper, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Bree, thank you so much. We'll check in just a little bit.
All right, Ted Budd is the Republican candidate running to represent North Carolina in the U.S. Senate.
And so we want to get to WCNC Charlotte's Chloe Leshner joining us live from those headquarters in Winston-Salem with the mood there. What are you seeing, Chloe?
Hey, Vanessa and Fred. Yeah, the ballroom is starting to fill here in Winston-Salem with supporters, friends, families, people who worked on the campaign. And we know from the campaign that Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson will speak here tonight. Senator Tom Tillis will be introducing Congressman Ted Budd later on in the evening. We're likely expecting that when they feel comfortable, when they're able to call the race. But Congressman Budd, he did make one final loop around the state today, and we caught up with him when he was in Mooresville at a polling place. He said then that he was not taking any votes for granted, and we know that this likely will be a close race. And if he wins, it will continue the trend that we have seen here in North Carolina. A Democrat has not won a U.S. Senate seat in North Carolina since 2008. We know the key issues that have been pushing voters to the polls this election are the economy and inflation and abortion. Earlier today, Budd told us that a vote for Beasley is a vote for Biden and his policies. He says that those policies are the reason that the economy is in its current state, and says we need to get back to a, quote, America First agenda. but co-sponsored a bill earlier this year that would ban abortions nationwide after 15 weeks. In an interview with WCNC, he clarified he thinks it should be up to the states and not a federal law, but he would not say if he would include exceptions for rape or incest, only saying that he would protect the life of the mother. Now, we know that polls are closed in North Carolina, and because of North Carolina law, they can already start counting some of those early and absentee votes. So we are starting to see those numbers come in very, very early on, but it is looking like Beasley is in the lead. You have to remember, though, that the majority of those early voters were registered Democrats, so something to keep in mind as we start to see these numbers coming in, but definitely starting to fill here, people starting to get excited, so we will keep you updated as the night goes on. But for now, live in Winston-Salem, Chloe Leshner, WCNC Charlotte.
Okay, Chloe, thank you.
Okay, so as you see here, we are starting to get some results shortly after polls closing. Joined by Scott Huffman, political science professor with Winthrop University. So we just talked about this right at the beginning of this broadcast here. Tim Scott, that was a pretty quick projection call made there. I presume we're going to start to see some races get called, and then others we're going to be in the long haul basically waiting for. What do you think?
And that's the kind of the problem with election night, of course. We may end up having to wait, but the tighter they are, the better that's going to look for Democrats in a lot of cases. There are a lot of these races that we expect to be tight, but if they go quickly and get called for the Republican, that could signal a dangerous night for Democrats as things go on. There's some key races that have already closed in Virginia, in New Hampshire, in Indiana, that is in the Eastern time zone. That have already closed, and the fact that they have not been announced is a good sign for the Democrats, although a couple of those are being held by Democrats, and they should be strong Democratic districts. So again, the more you have to wait, the worse it looks for the incumbent. And so in those Democratic held seats, waiting is bad. In the toss-ups, waiting is better for the Republicans.
I mean, that's just going off the assumption that the Democrats are going to lose some seats here.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt of that. Out of 17 of the last 19 House races in the modern era, the party of the president loses seats. It is the exception that they don't. The question is how many. Frankly, it would be a good night if there were a 20-seat swing. So 25 seats, that's actually a good, they lose the House, of course, but there's a good chance they could lose as many as 40 to 45 seats. And then, of course, the big question is control of the Senate. So it's watching those key Senate races. As you spoke about earlier, we're not going to know the results from Pennsylvania and probably not Georgia for a while, maybe days.
Yeah, and excuse me here. On the count of those two states we had mentioned during our broadcast on the air, Pennsylvania dealing with the mail-in ballots, and there's some contention over that. I'm seeing some challenges legally with making sure that some of the candidates want some of the ballots to be counted that maybe didn't have dates and such. That's going to be important for Democrats.
The law, as it stated, allows the ballots to be counted if they have the wrong date on it. But there is a lawsuit contesting that, and that's the question: that will these be thrown out? And of course, the ballots to be thrown out are likely to lean Democratic, since Democrats are more likely to do mail-in ballots. So it's part of a Republican strategy, and things like that can make a difference in a tight race.
And now I'm seeing, as far as strategy is concerned, with this mail-in ballot situation, the expectation that it might look a certain way before the ballots start getting counted, and then it might swing, similar to what we saw 2 years ago. And strategy maybe on the Democratic side, where Democrats might be trying to get out messaging ahead of this, saying, hey, let's not be too hasty in declaring victory, et cetera.
Absolutely. The watch parties can be dangerous things to cover, because as those early things come in, people who are very ebullient and perhaps drinking are, they're celebrating as the numbers come in. Those numbers are going to overwhelmingly change as the day of election votes start being tabulated. So it can look a little too good for Democrats early on, only to have their hopes crushed later on if there is a solid Republican turnout and the Democratic turnout on election day was weaker.
So speaking of waiting, for a race that a lot of folks in North Carolina and elsewhere, obviously in the country, are watching pretty closely, like a Ted Budd, Cheri Beasley race, how long do you think we might be waiting to hear results from?
It could be, well, depending on how those come in, and the ballots, the absentee ballots are going to be released in waves. So we could see well into tomorrow before we see anything even approaching definitive. I'm looking at sort of at the bellwether of how big a difference there is in the North Carolina 13th. And that race has been leaning Republican, but if a Republican wins, it's not necessarily signaling anything. If Bo Hines wins overwhelmingly, that's bad for the Democrats.
Interesting. All right. Well, we're just getting started here, and I'll be back over, or Fred will pop over to check in with you again for more insights. We appreciate it. Fred, I know we got some more to talk about, though.
All right, thank you. In a highly contested race here to talk about that will likely have a huge impact on the balance of power in the U.S. House, North Carolina's new 14th district. Republican Pat Harrigan facing off against Democrat Jeff Jackson. WCNC Charlotte's Jane Monreal is live at Pat Harrigan's campaign headquarters. Who do you have there with you, Jane?
This is Jonathan Fletcher. He is the chairman for the GOP Gaston County group here, and it's a shared viewing party tonight, is it not, Jonathan?
It is, yeah.
What races are you watching tonight?
So we're watching particularly, of course, District 14, the new District 14, excited to be part of that, and we're also watching a Superior Court race here in Gaston County, very excited about.
Oh, tell us a little bit about that.
So we have very few races here in Gaston County actually have Democrats that are running, but this is one of them, and we're excited because we have an opportunity to take back a seat that we've actually never had. So we're not taking it back. It'll be the first time that we've ever had a Republican Superior Court judge in our county. We're excited about that.
Okay, so pretty significant race there. Pat Harrigan, what impresses you most and Gaston County about this Republican businessman?
Just his level and his desire for service. He's not somebody who's come in and said, I want to do anything for myself. I want to serve you, and that's something that I think resonates well with everybody here.
Yeah, this party is filling up pretty nicely. A lot of the parties across the state I hear all the heavy music and all the beats. This is like a little bit of a slow roll, but it's a marathon, right?
Yeah, so we have a lot of people that have been out working, and we're working until 7:30 as the polls close, and so a lot of them taking a few minutes to run home, take a shower before they come out here. So we want them to be looking and smelling good when they get here.
Yeah, that would be nice to smell good as well. And how do you feel about Pat Harrigan's race?
We're feeling pretty good. We always knew this was going to be an uphill battle. When Democrats on the Supreme Court drew this, they drew it in such a way to put us at a huge disadvantage. And so we knew that going into it. If we even get close, it's a victory for us because it's been a lot of work. We have a great candidate. We're very excited about it, and we feel good either way. We've done our job.
You've done the work. Did a lot of door knocking. Now that you're at the finish line as well, it's been a pretty busy few months. What's next for the GOP group here in Gaston County?
Well, they always say that this is the most important election of our lifetimes, and once this one gets past us, we'll be looking forward to 2024. We've got municipal elections coming up next year as well, so it never ends for us.
Impressive, though. People are coming out to the polls and voting and feeling like, it matters now.
Absolutely, it matters, and, a lot of people have concerns, different things that went on in 2020, and so we were concerned that we might see a little bit lower turnout because of that, but I don't think we have. We've seen turnout on pace, maybe a little bit higher than what we had in 2018, and we're very excited about that.
All right, Jonathan Fletcher from the GOP group here, the chairman in Gaston County. I did talk to Pat Harrigan earlier, just as soon as the polls closed in North Carolina. We recorded an interview because he's been busy. He's flitting around here somewhere, so we will definitely get that to you as soon as it is racked up, as we say here. But for now, we'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Jane, thank you. Let's talk about Jeff Jackson. He is the Democratic candidate running to represent District 14 in the U.S. House.
And WCNC Charlotte's Julia Kaufman is live at his headquarters in Charlotte. So what is it looking like there, Julia?
Hey, Fred, Vanessa. Yes, we're getting very early numbers. Results are already starting to trickle in. We are stationed here at Lenny Boy Brewing, where Jeff Jackson just arrived recently, and they are already celebrating because he has a substantial lead over his opponent, Harrigan. But remember, it's very early in the night, still many precincts that need to be counted. Right now, he says he is cautiously optimistic for the win tonight, but of course, either win or lose, he is happy to be surrounded by family tonight. Now, Jane was just in Gaston County. We were in Gaston County earlier today talking to Senator Jeff Jackson because that is a place where both candidates are really hoping to gain votes. This 14th district covers Gastonia, Mount Holly, and then it stretches through Charlotte down to Matthews. So remember, this was created as a result of the 2020 census and is a new district. But Jeff Jackson, he has served in the state senate since 2014, and he is hoping to take that win tonight. So we're going to keep an eye on those results as they keep trickling in and keep you up to date here on air and online.
Okay, Julie Kaufman, thank you.
And so let's go over to Michelle right now. You are keeping an eye on essentially this balance of power that all eyes are on this evening.
Yeah, and I want to give you guys a chance because it's early in the night. Polls just now closing here on the East Coast, obviously still open on the West Coast. So we really don't have too many numbers to talk about just yet. So I want to take the time really to give you the lay of the land, what everyone is really focused on with this balance of power. We're talking about in the Senate right now, 50-50 split. That's the way it's been for the last 2 years. So technically, Republicans really just need to flip one seat to gain control there in the Senate. House, a little bit of a different story. Razor thin margin, though, still just 5 seats that they need to flip. And as you heard earlier in that conversation that you had, doesn't seem like that's going to be hard for them to do. Still, of course, awaiting the numbers. Here's what you need to keep your eye on tonight if you're watching, as you're watching these numbers come in. The Senate in particular, 9 to 10 races that everyone is really watching very closely. I want to take a look at one of the first ones for you. Pennsylvania, that is one of those that they are just saying is simply too close to call. It is Dr. Mehmet Oz who is facing against the Democrat John Fetterman. Of course, this was a Republican seat. Democrats are hoping to get a hold on this. The last few weeks, it has been a very tight race between the two of them, pretty controversial, the debate that they had a couple of weeks ago. Such a big deal that in the last weekend, 3 presidents were there. We're talking President Obama, President Biden, and former President Trump, all in Pennsylvania on this particular race. That's how close this one is. One other thing to keep in mind, as you were talking about earlier, this is one of those races that we may not know tonight. This may be one of the delays that holds things up because of things happening there in the state of Pennsylvania. One of the things, they are technically not allowed to start counting mail-in ballots until tonight. And so that's going to probably delay results there, among other things. Next state I want to take a look at, Georgia, obviously very close to us. It was a big deal in the last election. It is once again a big deal this evening as Raphael Warnock, the Democrat right now incumbent, facing off against the football star, Heisman Trophy winner, Herschel Walker. Interesting note coming out tonight. NBC exit polls say there in Georgia, 2 in 3 voters in Georgia don't think Herschel Walker has good judgment. How much of a role that will play in this tight race, we don't know. This is another race, though, that we may not know the results tonight because Georgia, you know, they are one of the few states where you've got to win not just a majority, you've got to win literally 50+1. And some are saying it may be hard for either one of the candidates to get to that point. If that happens, this goes to a runoff election. That runoff election not scheduled until December 6th. So it could be that we don't know the balance of power in all the way until December 6th. So lots to watch there. One other one I want to get into right now, Arizona. That also is one that people didn't expect to be as close as it is right now. The Democrat incumbent Mark Kelly, of course, who won the special election back in 2020. This time he's running for the full seat, is facing Republican Blake Masters. And again, much closer than people truly anticipated. The reason we might be waiting on these results, simply the fact that it's the West Coast. Polls still open and people still continuing to vote there. So lots to watch on the balance of power. Obviously, the Senate is where most eyes are on, House of Representatives as well. We're going to be in the digital center tracking this for you all night long. Back to you guys.
All right, we appreciate your perspective there. Thank you, Michelle, let's talk about Governor Henry McMaster now. He is expected to get reelected officially tonight as the governor of South Carolina. Is running against Democrat Joe Cunningham, and there you can see right now what the returns that we see coming in, 55% for Henry McMaster to 44% for Joe Cunningham.
And this with looks like 2% of precincts reporting here. We do want to get to WCNC Charlotte's Austin Walker, who is live at Governor McMaster's headquarters there in Columbia. What is it looking like there, Austin?
Hey guys, Governor McMaster's watch party started at 7 o'clock, so individuals, droves of people are coming in right now through these doors, giving him his support, seeing if he is once again reelected as the South Carolina governor. Like you just saw by the AP, those numbers showing Governor McMaster leading by 55 to 44 against Democratic nominee Joe Cunningham. The two disagreeing on a lot of controversial items, one of those being the topic of abortion. Now, Roe v. Wade was overturned, and now the power was thrown back to the state, and now the state of South Carolina has a heartbeat bill, which shows 6 weeks 6 weeks, excuse me, and that you are that is when abortion is allowed. But again, that is now stuck in the courts right now. So Governor McMaster says, if elected, he will then take that 6 week bill, that 6 week heartbeat bill, excuse me, that he has crafted with lawmakers, and that will be the one, or he'll work with lawmakers again to find another conclusion to say, using the quote, that will benefit all South Carolinians, something that is in favor of everybody. But again, Joe Cunningham on the other side saying that that is exactly the opposite. He says that women should have the autonomy and the right to choose what they do with their own bodies, calling the abortion a health care right, not a political issue. Now, again, you just heard from both of them right there on how their stance is. But again, there's a lot of different issues that they are disagreeing on. One of them, again, is abortion. We also want to hear about gay marriage, as well as how to keep teachers in the classroom. A lot of topics that South Carolinians voted for today to see what they're going to be doing in the office and how it's going to impact them. Again, we're going to be here all night long from Governor McMaster's watch party. As you see, people are then, filling into the room right now. We'll bring you live coverage on air and online for the latest with more updates to come tonight. Live in South Carolina tonight, Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Austin Walker live from Columbia. Thank you for that report.
And we have Carolyn standing by with some more results to check out. What are you seeing, Carolyn?
This is the race that everyone seems to be talking about, the race for North Carolina Senate. So we've got Cheri Beasley, Ted Budd. You've seen the commercials. I mean, the money that was spent on these campaigns, it really is, it's a lot, right? So this is very important. So let's take a look. These numbers keep changing very quickly. Oops, 54.8% now for Beasley, 43.5% for Budd. Here's the thing. Don't let these numbers fool you. So we're going to get to Scott Huffman. You're going to hear his voice right now. I'm going to ask you a couple questions, Scott. Okay, so these are the numbers right now. Are you expecting this to stay this way?
No. As a matter of fact, a lot of this is portraying the early vote that has been released. And so those numbers have sort of been factored in, but only a few precincts of in-person voting have actually reported. So these numbers are reflecting the early vote as well as partial reporting. But as far as full reporting, we have a long way to go. Those numbers are going to change dramatically and close.
That's right. So, okay, let me show you what Scott's talking about. All right, so take a look here. This is 1% reporting, just 1%. 37% is the estimated total vote that we have right now. 21 of the more than 2,000 precincts are reporting right now. So that shows you just how far we have to go. But right now, Beasley's in the lead. Not going to be like that for long. These numbers are going to get a lot closer. We're going to stay on top of this. We'll bring it to you. We'll keep talking to Scott, who knows it. He has the insight. We're going to send it back to you right now.
All right, Carolyn, thank you. We know those totals will change based on the precincts too, and who the folks in those precincts.
Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you, Carolyn. All right. Well, most polls closed at 7 p.m. in South Carolina, and the ballots are now being counted.
WCNC Charlotte's Lexi Wilson is joining us live from the Palmetto State with those efforts. So, what are you seeing out there, Lexi?
Yeah, so we're in York right now, and as you can see, they're actually having some of the clerks leave their precincts and come with the votes. So right now you're actually seeing some people dropping off those results that they have collected at their spots, and we've been seeing a steady flow of cars come and go, and of course they're being checked in. I don't know if you could see this woman to our left over here. She has some binders, she's checking those in, and then from there they take the ballots in and the information that they have in, and then from there they get that information from the different precincts. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now. This is still a very ongoing and flowing process, so we're kind of learning with it. But this is kind of what we're seeing right now, the different information being driven into York. And right now we are at the York City building. That's kind of the latest that we have here, and we'll keep following this and bringing you the latest. But for now, reporting live in South Carolina for WCNC Charlotte, I'm Lexi Wilson.
All right, Lexi, thank you so much. And so, of course, yeah, we're going to be checking in with all of the actual, processes going on here with Election Day. We'll be getting analysis, and we'll be checking with those watch parties. I know that Jesse Pierre has been working on Alma Adams and response here. So I do believe we've got Jesse ready here. I can see her standing by.
I'm here where Congresswoman Alma Adams is going to be pretty much watching the election results coming in. Her team right now is setting up, setting up some balloons, and some of her teams tell me that Alma Adams has spent the day really at different polling locations, and they're really looking forward to celebrating tonight and hearing some good news from all over the state. Again, Congresswoman Alma Adams is running for re-election, running for her 5th term, and this is where they'll be, watching all of the results coming in. I'm live in Uptown. Jesse Pierre, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Jesse, thank you so much. And yeah, so we were checking in. Can we pull those early results up again? I know we had those standing by, but just to look at the Alma Adams race, and
do we have those?
We're working on it. Okay. I saw them just a second ago. But just a reminder, of course, we're not just voting on governor's races and Senate. We've also got
school board members as well.
Exactly. So yeah, a whole wealth of races to get to. We know that Shamaria Morrison has been working really hard, getting us some insights from school board, CMS. So Shay is standing by. Local races here that folks are really investing their time in.
And this is an economic issue, you said here too, Shay.
It is an economic issue. So take this, for example. If schools can't have people who are college and career ready, well, you don't have those businesses who want to come in and have a pool of people who they can put in their workforce. Think of Bank of America, for example, Atrium Health. Those are actually all organizations who are actually in CMS right now because they see the need to continue to help with economic mobility here in the Charlotte area. If you remember, a few years ago, there was actually an economic mobility study that showed that out of 50 large cities, Charlotte was at the bottom of that list of economic mobility, and that directly connects to school boards and school races. And also don't forget how the pandemic just put like a different light really on school boards and what they're in charge of, who they're in charge of. It doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat on a local level. I mean, from the federal elections all the way down to offices from the state level, everyone wants a say in what's happening in schools, and it's really been just a large topic on everyone's mind. You have a race right now, which is a referendum on all of those who were in their seats during the pandemic. So people want to know who voted to keep masks in schools, who voted not to do virtual learning, or who voted to do virtual learning. So you have those dynamics that are at play here, specifically in the Charlotte area. But you're also seeing in other local races. You have Cabarrus County. There's some seats up there. Union County as well, and a lot of those races are focused on the same thing. It's this referendum on who was in office during the pandemic and, how do we feel about them? And that's really what is motivating voters to come out. And so I've been keeping an eye on those races. Just some early results are in. Some interesting things, but some of the races that we're keeping an eye on District 4, most of East Charlotte, and we have the race that's having two people who have seen each other before in 2017. So that's going to be the incumbent Carol Sawyer, and then you also have Stephanie Sneed. That's a race to watch. You also have the 6th district, which is going to have incumbent Sean Strain. He has had some redistricting that has opened up his seat to be a competitive one. And then we're also watching the District 1 race, a really big race. It also has an incumbent in it, but it's really crowded, so we may see a runoff in that race. We're just trying to see what the results look like as they come in. I'll have more details for you all. Just stay tuned to our Twitter channels, and we'll make sure to keep you updated on the school board races. But for now, live at CMS headquarters, Shamari Morrison, WCNC Charlotte.
So much at stake with these school board races. Shay, thank you for your reporting.
And I was wondering if you noticed anything as far as heightened interest in some of these local races lately. I know whenever we talk about a presidential election, we talk about high turnout, but it does seem like there's been a lot of voter interest in midterms, but also, like Shay was mentioning, a lot of these school board races that people might not have thought about all of the impacts that these folks make on their day-to-day lives and their children's lives.
Yeah, absolutely. There has been a hugely increased interest in school board races around the country, not just in our area. And that has to do with the big brouhaha over so-called critical race theory and books that are being read. And so this has been part of a Republican strategy to sort of build candidates from the ground up. This has been done before. When Newt Gingrich took over Congress in the 1994 election and took over Congress in 1995, it was because his GOP PAC, GOPAC, had been having candidates run as Republicans for dog catcher on up for the previous umpteen years. And that gives you a bench of experienced candidates. And so we saw a similar push starting a few years back on school boards, and Republicans were especially more organized than Democrats in doing this. And we've seen that come to fruition over the past couple of years, and school boards, as well as county and city councils, but school boards have become a lightning rod of politics, where you see a nationalization of issues that are coming to bear on the most local of elections.
Do you see it as a good trend in the sense of more focus on local elections? Just folks paying attention to maybe how civics works?
Well, there's good attention and there's bad attention. And if you go back again the past couple of years and start looking at the recordings of these school board elections, you see some angry people. They are shouting, they are screaming. That is not what the deliberative process is supposed to be about. So while it is great, people are actually beginning to pay attention to the local races. And let's face it, it is the local politics that has the most impact on our lives. I mean, when it comes to taxes we pay, city governments, county governments, and that has the hugest impact on our day-to-day lives. And how our children are educated, that's a huge local impact. Good schools bring in growth, but the way it has played out over these past few years, the politics have become very vitriolic, and the viciousness and enmity of them has really been kind of unpleasant to watch. So while it's great people are paying attention, the focus has become a little bit ugly.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that. A lot of us in news who have spent most of a career either covering a school board meeting, from time to time, or on a regular basis, if you're an education reporter, have noticed, maybe a tone in the folks maybe coming to speak during that public speaking session. So we talked about the local, wider look here. I had alluded to the midterm interest levels that we've been seeing. Are you surprised at all to see them where they are now? They do seem a bit heightened maybe than what we would expect for a midterm election.
Yeah, and they do seem around the country mostly up from 2018, our last midterm election. And I think it is because the politics have become very polarized, and with that, both sides have had their base fired up, and people who are just lean towards one party or the other are fired up in ways that they usually aren't. When you look at independent voters, most voters who say, I'm an independent, aren't really independent. They lean towards one party or another. And those independent leaners, if they vote, tend to vote more towards their party, more faithfully towards their party than even a weak party member, a weak partisan. So when you have a nationalized election such as this and you see a turnout among those unaffiliated or independent voters, it can often be a spur to make those partisan politics even more polarized, even though it looks like, hey, it's independents voting. Remember, most independents are not truly independent.
Interesting stuff. All right, Scott, thank you. Fred, we will send it over to you for more.
All right, fascinating to hear. Well, we aren't electing a president this election, but the midterms are arguably equally as important. Our team put together an explainer to break down why. Let's go ahead and go to our Chloe Leshner, who is live in Winston-Salem covering the Ted Budd campaign. Chloe, what can you tell us about that?
Hey, Fred. Yeah, the ballroom here in Winston-Salem starting to fill. People definitely excited, chatting with each other, watching some of those early results come in, getting excited. They are hopeful that Congressman Ted Budd will become a senator tonight. Now, the polls have been closed for about 40 minutes, and North Carolina law does allow those early votes and some of those absentee ballots to be put through a tabulator before Election Day. They are not counted until the polls close. So these first votes that we see coming in, those are those early votes. So right now, Cheri Beasley is in the lead, but you have to remember the majority of people who voted early were registered Democrats. So do expect those numbers to change as we go through the night and some of those votes from today start to come in. But Congressman Budd, he made one final push around the state today. We know that he voted in Davie County earlier this morning, and eventually he did end up in Mooresville, making a stop there to talk with voters. He did say that he's not taking any votes for granted. He knows that this will likely be a close race. But if he wins, it will continue a trend that we have seen here in North Carolina. A Democrat has not won a U.S. Senate seat in the state since 2008. The last person to do that, Harrigan, also the same year that a presidential candidate, a Democratic presidential candidate, won in our state. So we know that some of these key issues that have pushed voters to the poll this election are the economy and inflation. Earlier today, Budd said that a vote for Beasley is a vote for Biden and his policies. He says that those policies, that's the reason why the economy is in its current state, and that we really need to get back to what he called an America First agenda. Another issue people are concerned about right now is abortion. Now, Budd co-sponsored a bill earlier this year that would ban abortions nationwide after 15 weeks. He did clarify in an interview with us that he thinks it should be up to the states and not a federal law, but he would not say if he would include exceptions for rape or incest, only saying that he would protect the life of the mother. So again, we are here in Winston-Salem where we are expecting Congressman Ted Budd to be later on tonight. We know Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson will be speaking here tonight. And we know that Senator Thom Tillis will be introducing Congressman Budd when he is expected later on tonight to make his speech. He, of course, is hoping that will be a victory speech, but just a reminder that no results will be official tonight. The state does that during the canvass period, which is 10 days after the election. So even if a victory speech is made here tonight, it will not really be official until then. For now, live in Winston-Salem, Chloe Leshner, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Chloe, thank you.
And so we got to check in with the Beasley side of things. Of course, Cheri Beasley is the Democratic candidate running to represent North Carolina in the U.S. Senate.
And Attorney General Josh Stein just left the lectern talking to the party there that kicked off at 7 o'clock there. Our Bree Harper joins us live from Raleigh at the Beasley headquarters with more.
Yeah, Fred, as you mentioned, there's been several speakers at the podium tonight. Josh Stein, Attorney General, spoke as well, trying to get the crowd excited about what could happen if Beasley does in fact get the win. And just before he took the stage, there were also the North Carolina Democratic Chair, Bobby Richardson. She spoke as well, talking about what it would mean for North Carolina to finally have a Democratic senator lead the state. It's been more than a decade since 2008 when that happened. And earlier we saw on the screen here, MSNBC showed us a clip of what voting looks like out of Mecklenburg County. It showed Beasley leading in Mecklenburg County, although at that point there was only about 30% of the votes in. But this crowd is excited. They're hopeful. There's a lot of music around here. And one of the points that Beasley and Budd are very kind of opposite on is when it comes to the economy. Budd basically blames a lack of supply and Beasley, on the other hand, says it's all about focusing in on those big corporations. So she's more about giving to the small businesses, the minority owners, the entrepreneurs. And so a lot of folks here are hoping that she can do that if she's elected, try to get the minimum wage up to $15. A lot of things that she hopes to do to get the economy back on track. So again, we're going to be watching the election as these results roll in. If there's any new speakers coming to the party, we'll keep you guys updated with that as well. But for now, that's the very latest out of downtown Raleigh. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Bree. And so, yeah, we want to get back over to Tim Scott's campaign headquarters. And obviously, we had mentioned earlier in this broadcast the projected winner here. It sounds like our Indira Skiva has something to share with us.
Indira.
Yeah, good evening. You know, this race was called literally minutes after polls closed in South Carolina. We're here at Senator Tim Scott's watch party in downtown Charleston, and I have his spokesperson here with me, Caroline Anderegg. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I mean, this happened really quickly. Were you expecting that?
You know, the senator's message has been resonating with folks all across South Carolina. He has a message of hope and opportunity for all South Carolinians, all Americans. And so we are glad to see that folks turned out in droves so that it would be called instantaneously.
I've read reports that the senator does not plan to run again, that this may be his last few years in Congress. Can you comment on that?
You know, he's talked for a long time about his belief in term limits, what he believes the founders intended, to come serve your country and then return home as a citizen-led government. And so that's what he's expressed, and he looks forward to serving another 6 years for the people of South Carolina in the Senate.
Do you have anything to share on his future plans after his Senate term ends?
You know, I think right now he's just really focused on what he can do for the people of South Carolina, and hopefully winning back the majority in the Senate so we can have the power to stop the inflationary spending of the Democrats, to bring down crime across the country, and do everything that he can to advance his opportunity agenda on a national level.
How important are these elections for the Republican Party and Senator Scott's win as well tonight?
They're incredibly important. The American people are tired, and they are dealing with an administration that has created inflation, which has led to record high gas prices, record high grocery prices, crime that is through the roof. People are fed up. And so what we're going to see tonight is the reaction to that. And his results with his resounding victory is the first domino to fall in what we believe will be a new Republican majority.
Right. We know we're expecting him to speak around 9 p.m. Is that still correct?
That's right.
All right. Thank you so much, Caroline. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
That was Caroline Anderegg. She's the spokesperson for Senator Tim Scott. For now, live in Charleston, Indira Skiva, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, some excited folks in the Tim Scott camp. No surprises there. They expected that, and that is the outcome there. Let's talk about this newly carved out district in North Carolina. Jeff Jackson, the Democratic candidate running for that newly carved out congressional seat.
That's right, District 14 here, and that was a creation of the census and the growth that we're seeing in this area. We want to get over to Julia Kaufman, who is over at the watch party there, and any updates? Has Jackson arrived?
Yes, Jackson is here, Vanessa and Fred, and he is excited. We've seen lots of hugs, lots of handshaking, because those early numbers are showing he is substantially leading over Pat Harrigan for the 14th district. So they're excited, they're cheering. They have screens on here where they're seeing results of other races. They saw Cheri Beasley is currently taking the lead. They erupted in applause then. So very positive, holding on to hope here that Democrats can hold on to the win throughout the night. Now, Jeff Jackson, he's currently senator for Mecklenburg County in the North Carolina Senate. He's been in that seat since 2014, and he says he's really worked on Medicaid expansion and teacher raises. You may remember he voted in favor of the 2021 state budget that gave a 5% raise to teachers. I think they're going to start speeches here at this watch party, Vanessa and Fred, so I'm going to send it back to you for now. We'll check in a little bit.
All right, we'll be interested to hear what is said at that speech. We want to now turn our attention to the other side of that aisle in this contested race here, Pat Harrigan.
That's right, and Jane Monreal has been following all of the events underway over with the Harrigan camp, so let's check in with Jane now.
All right, the polls have closed. Joining me right now, Pat Harrigan, who is running for the 14th congressional seat in this brand new district. How's the day been going for you?
Oh my goodness, it's been a great day. I'll tell you what, there was a ton of energy out there. Our teams all across both counties within the district were working their tails off. I'm incredibly proud of the work that they've done.
You've made it to the finish line. Pat yourself on the back for that.
Well, I don't know that we can do that just yet, but I'll tell you, we took a gerrymandered Democratic district and we made it a highly, highly, highly competitive race. And we laid it all out on the field. No regrets. I'm excited to see what the outcome is tonight.
All right, and to your potential constituents, what would you say to them?
Look, I truly appreciate everything that you all have done to support us in this race. And I look forward to the opportunity to hopefully getting to serve you up in Washington.
If things work out differently, would you consider a career in politics next
I don't
go round?
know. I don't know about that. I go where I'm called at the end of the day, Jane, and you know, I'm only seeing through the end of tonight right now.
Okay. Any last message for, you know, what you want to see after this election from our federal leaders?
I want to see our politicians become leaders. Right now, our politicians are politicians, and we need a lot more leadership up in Washington. You know, politicians are concerned with winning an election. Leaders are concerned with the next generation. We've got a lot of problems that need to be solved in this country, and we are so divided, so divisive at this point in time. As you can see what's happened over the last several days that we've all been talking about. This is not the America that I know and love. It's not the America that I want to hand over to my kids. I look forward to whoever wins this race taking a serious approach to healing the divides that are in this country right now and building a better and brighter America.
Coming into this race, you said it was an opportunity for the next generation that you want to see for your kids. Anything changed as far as your priorities being in the economy and inflation? What else have you learned about yourself and about where you want to see politics go?
I'd say the thing that I've learned is that most people are truly good. However, there are some folks out there that just, you know, they don't even want to shake my hand. If we can't even shake each other's hands, we're never going to get anywhere in this country. We're not going to solve the problems that we have. We're not going to bridge the divides that we have. And you know, I said this on an interview last night. Somebody had said, well, Pat, you know, did you ever think you'd ever have anything in common with Nancy Pelosi? And I said, absolutely. We're both Americans. We both want the same things. We just want them in slightly different ways or slightly different approaches to getting there. But I think we have so much more in common than we have things that separate us, and I think we really need to focus on the things that we have in common in order to solve the mutual problems we all have.
I know you didn't like talking about it so much, the shooting that happened at your parents' home. Have things progressed or been resolved there, or is it still too early in the investigation?
It's still too early in the investigation. We still have many more questions than we have answers, but I'm hoping that we have some answers here pretty quickly because, you know, regardless of the outcome of this election, I still have a lingering security problem that we need to deal with.
And we reported that Jeff Jackson, you know, also did not condone what happened at your home. Has he talked? Have you guys talked at all?
No, we've actually never spoken to each other. And yes, he did condone the shot, but he did not condone the tactics that he's used on this campaign, which is disappointing. But I hope to get the opportunity to speak with him tonight, regardless of the outcome. I look forward to that conversation.
All right. Pat Harrigan, it's been a pleasure meeting you.
Jane, thanks so much. It's been great, and thanks for your coverage on this over the long haul.
All right. Thank you for your time, and
absolutely,
we'll see you down the line.
Sounds good.
So let's talk about District 14. This is a brand new district, as we've been mentioning. This gives us one more representative in Congress. How this is drawn. It really is kind of a tale of two counties within one district. You've got here, this is mainly Gaston County, and you can see it is trending. It's looking pink right now. If I switched it over, you can see it's going for the Republican. Now, Mecklenburg County, blue. So we're talking Democrat here. Now, how did they draw this? How did this happen? Let's go to Scott Huffman, because he, of course, is the expert, political science professor with Winthrop University. So the lines are drawn here. We're taking from a couple of other districts to get to this one, but basically it's Gaston County and part of Mecklenburg County. We talked earlier, Scott, you had some really interesting insight about how this is drawn and something called packing. So can you explain that to us?
Sure. A state gets a new district if they grow, but most states do grow. So it really has to do with the growth rate. And North Carolina's growth rate was high enough that it outpaced several other growing states and was able to get the new district. Now, then it goes to the state legislature who has to draw the district. Gerrymandering on the basis of partisanship is completely legal. The Supreme Court has ruled that it does not violate the Constitution, so that's exactly what every legislature who draws districts does. Now, when it comes to gerrymandering and how to kind of undermine the other party, there are two things you can do. One is called cracking and the other is packing. Cracking means to take a safe part of the other party and slice it up, crack it up, and put it into multiple districts so that community has less of an influence on any single election seat and is not likely to have a majority in any of the districts it's put in. Packing, on the other hand, packs all of your opponents into one district. Now, you're giving your opponents a seat.
I got to jump in there, Scott. Sorry, we're going to get right back to this. Sure. We'll be right back.
Thanks for joining us here at WCNC Charlotte for election night coverage. We want to get to some quick updates for you here. And we'll get out to our Chloe Leshner.
Chloe Leshner joining us live from Winston-Salem with the latest on the Ted Budd race. He is the Republican candidate running to represent North Carolina in the U.S. Senate.
Hey, Fred and Vanessa, the ballroom filling up here. Definitely a very excited crowd as they wait for those results to come in. And we know Congressman Ted Budd will be here later tonight. He, of course, is hoping to be elected a U.S. Senator in this election. Polls in North Carolina closed just about an hour ago. So taking a look at these early results, Beasley is in the lead for now. But a reminder, the majority of these votes right now are early votes. And the majority of people who went out and voted early were Democrats. So whoever wins tonight would be filling the seat of Senator Richard Burr, and he has held that seat since 2005 and is retiring at the end of his term. Budd, though, is more conservative than Burr. An example of that, earlier this year after the shooting in Uvalde, Texas, Budd voted against bipartisan legislation on gun control that both Senator Burr and Senator Thom Tillis supported. When it comes to guns, he has said he is concerned that red flag laws will interfere with due process. But we know this election, the economy and inflation are what people are worried about and what is driving them to the polls. That is why Budd thinks he is what voters are looking for in a senator. Take a listen to what he told us earlier this morning at a polling place in Mooresville.
They're really fed up with what's happened over the last 2 years, what Joe Biden's done to our country. We really believe that Cheri Beasley will be a complete rubber stamp, and she's not denied that. She's in lockstep with Joe Biden. That's hurt our country, and we realize what happens under an America First agenda is you have 1.4% inflation, not 8.7% inflation, and it led to the lowest unemployment in recorded history for people of color, for women, for Hispanics. We got to get back to that, and we got to get back to America being strong.
We know Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson will be speaking here tonight, that Senator Tom Tillis will be introducing Congressman Budd. They, of course, are all hoping for a win for the Republican Party. Back to you.
Hartford, thank you. Cheri Beasley is the Democratic candidate running to represent North Carolina in the U.S. Senate.
And WCNC Charlotte's Brianna Harper has been spending the evening at her campaign watch party in Raleigh. So, Bree, what can you tell us here tonight about updates?
Yeah, Vanessa, during this watch party, we have been monitoring the election results coming in through MSNBC, and whenever they put up this U.S. Senate or the North Carolina Senate race that is here in the room, the crowd gets really excited because they just showed that Beasley is up 53% statewide, although there's only about 51% of those in right now. And when they showed that results, the crowd went wild. They're very excited about what this could mean. But we've all seen throughout this election period that abortion seems to be the biggest difference between Beasley and Budd. Beasley has made it clear that it should be the woman's right, and she said if she's elected that she hopes to possibly expand women's reproductive health services, continue to support federal funding for Planned Parenthood. She also said that she wants to make sure that it's a decision between a woman and her physician instead of politicians. So she wants to make that point known, and we're going to see what she can do if she's able to get this historic win tonight. So we'll keep you guys updated. Send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you. Our election night coverage continues throughout the night.
And we'll have another update for you. We'll be back in about 30 minutes, but our streaming coverage does continue on WCNC Plus. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to our live streaming continuing coverage of midterm 2022.
Yes, we wanted to get back to our Carolyn Bruck and Scott Huffman. You guys were having a really interesting discussion about basically this District 14 and how this was drawn, but also the methods behind the drawing of these districts. Carolyn.
You know, it happens with TV. Sometimes you just got to go to break. So that's what we did, but let's get back to it. Okay, talking about this District 14. Again, this gives us an extra representative in Congress. We had 13, now we're going to have 14. And it really is as I said, a tale of two counties. We've got what makes up District 14, Gaston County, and this is red for the Republican. And we've got Mecklenburg County, which is mostly Charlotte. This is blue. Now, how do these districts get drawn? They take from, a little bit from here to make a brand new one. So yes, let's get Scott back in this. Scott, we were talking about packing. So what's the explanation of packing? You said there's packing versus cracking.
And, and we noted, again, the United States Supreme Court said partisan gerrymandering is perfectly legal, or what they said was it's not anything that courts can address.
All right, I'm going to interrupt you really quickly, just because, can you explain what gerrymandering is?
Sure. Gerrymandering is redrawing of district lines for electoral districts in order to give an advantage to one party or another. And there are cases in the past of racial gerrymandering where you might draw a district in order to create a minority-majority district, like the South Carolina 6th District was created in 1992 to create an African-American majority district to remedy the fact that, 27% of South Carolinians never got a representative who looked like them. But most gerrymandering is simply redrawing district lines in order to give one party an advantage over the other.
And it's fascinating to me because I assumed that's illegal, but I'm wrong. It's not.
No, it's not. A case in Maryland and North Carolina actually went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court decided that it is a partisan or a political issue, which means it's nothing that the courts can give a remedy for, or it's nothing the courts can do anything about. So immediately, and this was a 2019 case, we knew that partisan gerrymandering was going to get doubled down in the next census cycle, and in North Carolina, which got a new district, it did. Now, we talked about cracking, splitting up your opponents. Packing is putting your opponents into one district so that they have less influence on the outside districts. So it makes multiple districts stronger for your party, even though it looks like you're giving power to the other party because you've packed all of their voters into one district. The reality is it makes other districts safer for you.
So this is what's happening in the 14th district, and you're saying this is being done to pack Democrats.
Right. So if you looked at the 14th district, if that district existed in the 2020 election, it would have gone for Joe Biden to the tune of about 17 points. Now, that is an overwhelmingly strong Democratic draw. And you look at the Mecklenburg County and the Gaston County and you think, oh, roughly equal sizes. Think about population density. So land doesn't vote. So you have to think about population density and how nearly all of the people in that district, more of them live on the South Mecklenburg side, the side that's going to go Democratic.
And you can see that here. So I highlighted the Gaston County portion of District 14, and you can just see these are the, right now it's just the votes cast, but 15,000, 22,000. Okay, so let's click on the Mecklenburg County side, and you see those numbers jump dramatically. So yes, Mecklenburg County has a lot more people here, which means it's leaning towards the Democrats.
Yeah, it's, again, they are packed into the district in a way that gives the Democrats an advantage. But remember, that's an advantage in one district, and it gives the Republicans an advantage in every district that you took Democrats from to create this 14th district.
And that is completely legal. Super interesting, Scott. Thanks so much. Fred and Vanessa, we learned something today.
Sure did. A whole civics lesson on gerrymandering and the legalities and complexities of how it works. Thank you for that. All right, let's talk now about a race that we pretty much expected this outcome. NBC projecting that Governor Henry McMaster has been reelected.
Re-election, yeah. And Austin Walker has been out in Columbia over at that watch party. Any sort of announcements or any speeches expected yet, Austin? What are you hearing?
Yes, we actually haven't heard from the governor just yet. Governor McMaster has not made his way up to the podium. We heard from other individuals, but just not him yet. But let's actually look at those numbers right now for what we are seeing in South Carolina when it comes to ballots. So Governor McMaster is showing that 57.5% are going towards Governor McMaster and 41.5% now that's going towards Joe Cunningham as well. But again, only 16% of the vote is in. That's according to the AP. But again, still more ballots to be cast. But NBC has declared and is not declared, excuse me, is basically saying that it's probably going to go in McMaster's favor right now. But again, Joe Cunningham and McMaster disagreeing on a lot of key controversial items across the Palmetto State, ranging from medical marijuana to gay marriage to how to keep teachers in the classroom and to even the really big hot ticket one of abortion. Now, Roe v. Wade was overturned earlier in the year, and that means the power was then pushed back onto the state, where the state can decide on how they would like to move forward. Now, in South Carolina, they have a 6-week abortion ban rule. So this means that anything after 6 weeks is not allowed. But right now, that law and that bill is now stuck in the courts, so that there's nothing right now. So Governor McMaster, if he does get elected, he says that he's going to be working with lawmakers and legislators on exactly what to do next, maybe even writing a new bill or going with that 6-week heartbeat ban bill. On the flip side, Joe Cunningham saying women have the right to make their own decisions for their own body, and this is a healthcare issue, not a political issue at all.
Quite simply, I think it was fine the way before under Roe v. Wade. And quite pointedly, I trust women. I trust women to make their own health care decisions. And Governor McMaster doesn't. And that's the clear contrast between the two people you have on stage here tonight.
Mr. Cunningham knows no such bill is going to ever reach my desk. Our legislators will continue to work as they have been doing, and they will come up with a bill, if they come up with one at all. If not, we have the pain capable and the heartbeat bill, both of which have all the exceptions.
Again, NBC is saying that McMaster is going to walk away with this win for the South Carolina governor's spot. But again, not all the votes, Ren. We're seeing just north of 15% of those votes are in for the state of South Carolina as well. Again, we're live from the watch party where a lot of people are still trickling in, having a good time back here. But again, we have not heard from South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster just yet, but are anticipating to take the podium very soon. And then we'll see exactly what happens next as all the votes are tallied in the Palmetto State. But for now, reporting live tonight from Columbia, South Carolina, Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
There in Columbia, as we just heard, a projection here by NBC News. But if it does, of course, become official and come to fruition, that would make Governor McMaster the longest serving governor that South Carolina has had. So, of course, we will continue to follow all that transpires there. But we do want to get across the state lines into North Carolina and all of the ballot counting that is underway in Mecklenburg County.
Our Nate Morbido joins us live from outside of the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections, where we say we're seeing the sausage being made here. They're having those ballots collected and returned to the Board of Elections office right now. Nate.
Yeah, I'm having to hold my earpiece in my ear because it's so loud. You can hear the wheels kind of pushing through as the paper ballots go inside the building, the Mecklenburg County Board of Education, to begin the counting. About 5 minutes after 8 tonight, the first ballots started arriving. And what happens is they're unloaded up there at the top of the hill. You see all those cars up there. They're in these containers. They're loaded up into carts, and they're kind of pushed on down into the building. And it's really funny. Like every year, you cover this, and the first ballots arrive, and everyone, myself included, like we go a bit over the top with our phones and with our cameras, just trying to get the first videos of these things getting wheeled in. But let's be real. I mean, these are people's votes inside of here. Like, this is democracy in action. When you go to vote, and at the end of it, they print out your paper ballot, they put it in the machine, you put it in the machine. Eventually, this is where it is. So every one of these containers has people's votes in it. But what's going to happen? I mean, we're talking about there's like 200 precincts here in Mecklenburg County. So the first one comes in, we're all excited, and then it's just over and over again. It's kind of like the fireworks show at the 4th of July, like, the oohs and ahs at the first couple to go off, and then you're just kind of waiting now for every box to be unloaded. And that's going to continue now for another probably hour or so. The election director told us he expects 10:30, 11 o'clock, the results to be tabulated from tonight, which would be a really good and quick kind of situation. I will point out, particularly in some of these really local races, 1% or less than 1%, that's really important. That difference would result in a recount tonight. So just keep an eye on that as you're looking at the numbers come in. Anything less than a 1% will be an automatic recount. And I also want to point out something that was really different this year. The past two election cycles in November, there were cases where the police had to be called out because people had guns at polling locations. The election director told me that did not happen at all today, so he feels really good about that. We mentioned earlier there really weren't any delays here in Mecklenburg County, and their early voting results came in really quickly, and they're starting to get some of the other results tabulated, and we'll have them live pretty soon as well. But these cars are going to continue for a while, and it's really amazing, like the assembly line. Like, I don't know if you can see over there the line of cars that's coming up, but Right uptown's behind us over here. We're kind of close to Midtown a bit. Cars are just lining up. There's 3 rows to come in, and they're dumping the car, the ballots out. They're loading it up. This woman, the volunteer, they're all volunteers, by the way, that are helping out. Back and forth every 2 to 3 minutes, just unloading ballots and just doing so just because she wants to volunteer tonight. And really, without these volunteers, including many kids, they wouldn't be able to do this. So, just kind of keep that in mind too. And something else we noticed earlier in the day, we were kind of tasked with trying to figure out what these Department of Justice poll monitors were all about. These are people that the U.S. Attorney's Office, lawyers, they basically assigned to work in Mecklenburg County and 5 other counties in North and South Carolina, and basically just keep an eye on the polls. So they would go to these different precincts, stand outside, talk to voters, ask them about their voting experience, to make sure they didn't have any problems, to make sure they didn't have any issues with accessibility, to make sure their civil rights, their voting rights were not violated. And we were able to find them at Shamrock Gardens Elementary School, where they spent about an hour. At the end of today, they expected to visit 48 polling locations throughout Mecklenburg County, all about that voting integrity. So I'm going to wrap for now. Reporting live in Mecklenburg County, Nate Morabito, WCNC Charlotte.
I think one of the most assuring things Nate just said is that there were no reported threats to anyone who was voting or even collecting ballots, as you just saw there.
And I will say, yesterday we had reported this, the fact that we got an update from North Carolina State Board of Elections, and they were talking about how they had 15 cases of voter intimidation reported. Well, obviously you don't want any. It sounded like they were actually relieved that there weren't more at this point in the election season, if you will. So obviously that's something that they will have to look into, whether there will be charges or any sort of suits. But yeah, they're looking into it for sure.
And this process playing out all across the country. There are a lot of races that will determine the balance of power in Congress. Let's go to our Michelle Bowden, who joins us live from our digital center with more on the impact of these Senate races to watch nationwide.
Yeah, so depending on when you were checking in with analysts this week, there were either 9 or 10 races that they felt were too close to call. If you take a look at our map, one of these races has actually been called. Again, I'm not sure a lot of people are going to be surprised by this. Florida has actually been called. Marco Rubio, senator there in Florida, holds on to his seat. Not a surprise. Again, Governor DeSantis also holding on, Republican, keeping the governorship there. So that's one race we can tell you about in the Senate. Another one, also not a surprise, but in our neighborhood, South Carolina, Tim Scott holding on to his Senate seat. Again, not one that was up for grabs, but want to give you some of the reports as they're coming in. Remember, the balance of power on the line here tonight, 50-50 as it stands right now in the Senate. Republicans just needing to flip 1 seat there in the Senate. One thing interesting to note in the House of Representatives, where Republicans need to flip just 5 seats, that's a pretty razor-thin margin when you're talking about the House of Representatives. Interesting to let you know, Maxwell Frost, he is the first Gen Z to win election. He's going to be representing Florida with a seat in the House there. I think he's 25 years old. So Maxwell Frost, the first Gen Z heading to the House of Representatives. All right, now taking a look at some of these races that we've said, important to keep your eye on. Georgia, obviously one that the entire nation is watching. We were watching it last time in the go-around. Again, we're keeping a close eye on it. Some interesting things to note, whether or not this will play into it. Georgia, 2.5 million people actually voted early, and among those early voters, 15% of them were young, 50% were older voters. So not sure what, if anything, that will mean at this point. That race still too close to decide. Of course, Raphael Warnock going up against the Heisman Trophy winner Herschel Walker there. Again, that is one of those that we may not know the results tonight, but we're keeping an eye on all of it and letting you know the latest. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. And we've got another projected winner to talk about here, Dan Bishop, District 8 out of North Carolina for the U.S. House. And it sounds like we're going to hear from him now.
All right, let's join our Megan Bragg, who has more with him.
Yeah, he's going to join me right now. Dan Bishop right here, NC House District 8. Thank you so much for joining us. Kind of an exciting night for you right now. NBC projecting that you're going to win. How are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm delighted with the win. I'm in a district that has been, frankly, gerrymandered by a court. It's a very safe Republican district, so we expected to win. But I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to serve the people of the 8th district now, and it's a district that I'm a very good match for, values-wise, and they know that they can count on me to go to Washington and represent their values.
Now let's talk about your agenda a little bit. What do you hope to accomplish for North Carolinians?
Well, look, the most important thing of all, everybody knows, and I think Republican voters over the country are going to be expressing this tonight, is the economy. Inflation, the cost of living is out of control, and that has a cause. It didn't just happen. It's caused by terrible policies by Joe Biden and Democrats in Washington. The massive continued uniparty spending that has rendered your dollars worth less. And so if you're buying gas, if you're buying food, if you need to get a mortgage, or if you have a son or a daughter or a grandchild who needs to get one, all of that's been kind of wrecked by 2 years of one-party rule. So I hope we'll have a majority in Washington, and then I intend to see to it that we hold each other accountable as Republicans to follow through.
Now I hear you guys are calling out names, keeping a close eye on all of these races. Hopeful. What are you hopeful here? Do you think Republicans can take it all?
I do. I'm very optimistic. I think Republicans can take control of the United States Senate, can have a majority in the United States House. I'm hopeful. I believe there's reason to hope that in the North Carolina State Legislature we'll achieve super majorities in the House and the Senate in maps that were designed for Democrats to win. And then maybe most important of all is for us to restore law, restore respect for law to the North Carolina Supreme Court, where activists, legislators in robes have been running rampant. So I'm really eager to watch a lot of races. Obviously, the premier race in North Carolina, I was an endorser out of the box for Ted Budd. He'll be a great senator for North Carolina.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. And guys, we will be here throughout the night giving you updates. So stick right here with WCNC. Back to you guys.
All right, Mega Bragg with Dan Bishop. Thank you for that. Well, the polls are closed and election officials are counting ballots. But with so many federal offices on the ballot, who oversees the process?
Well, we got our verified team on this case. Brandon Lewis joining us now, looking into exactly who runs elections.
And with the entire House and a third of the Senate up for election, you might think the federal government runs the process at the ballot box.
I'm going to cast your ballot.
But is that how things really work? Let's verify. Our sources are the U.S. Constitution, the National Constitution Center, the National Conference of State Legislatures, the Secretary of States in California, Ohio, and Texas, and Cynthia Paz, the San Diego County, California Registrar of Voters. To get the answer, we met with Paz to walk through how her office counts ballots.
We run the envelopes, the return envelopes, through this high-speed sorter. At this point, it's capturing the image of the back of the envelope, which includes the voter's signature.
From there, automated and manual checks confirm that the voter's signature matches the one on record. If it does, the ballot is opened and counted.
The voting system is not connected to the internet or any other system in any way.
Why is that?
It's closed connections. That's for security.
Where do you get these standards established for this policy?
So the California Secretary of State does create regulations based on California state law, based on elections code.
This is similar nationwide because of the elections clause of the Constitution, which ensures states have the right to run their own elections. In 38 states, voting is overseen by a Secretary of State, someone who is either elected or appointed to run elections. 10 states have a board or elections commission, and in Alaska and Utah, the lieutenant governor serves as chief election officer. Whoever is in charge sets minimum requirements for security, voter access, and other election policies for their state, and then local registrars, like Paz, can choose to go beyond this. In 2002, Congress created the Election Assistance Commission, which sets minimum security standards as well as additional voluntary guidelines. So, no, the federal government does not run elections. Our sources say the lack of federal oversight actually makes our elections more secure because there's no single way to manipulate votes.
The vote is complete.
With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Thanks for staying with us here at WCNC Charlotte for election night coverage. A highly competitive race that will impact the balance of power in the U.S. House. North Carolina's new 14th district. Republican Pat Harrigan facing off against Democrat Jeff Jackson.
Early results here, 7% of precincts reported. We see here Pat Harrigan with 39% of the vote, Jeff Jackson 61%. Want to check in with WCNC Charlotte's Jane Monreal live at the Harrigan campaign in Belmont. How is the party going there, Jane?
Party's filling up here at the Legacy Center in the Gastonia area. It's really covering Gaston County's GOP, the viewing party. But I did speak to Pat shortly after the polls closed in North Carolina. He said, listen, it's been a good race, no regrets. We ran our race. That was pretty much his message. A lot of the times the frustrations came from just the way the escalations between the opponents and himself and State Senator Jeff Jackson, and then the shot was fired into the parents, his home, for his parents' home, and that got in the way of talking about the issues. But regarding gun laws itself, this is what he had to say when I talked to him a couple of weeks ago.
We have a serious crime issue across this entire country, particularly in our cities across North Carolina, and that is not that has not excluded Charlotte. We obviously have a very serious crime problem here in Charlotte. We have got to punish violent criminals. That will help more than anything else. We have to enforce the laws that are on the books.
And as far as economy and inflation, he said we just need to rein it in, and he would like to lower inflation if he won this seat. We're live in Gastonia. Jane Monreal, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Jane, thank you. Jeff Jackson, the Democratic candidate running to represent District 14 in the U.S. House.
In WCNC Charlotte's Julia Kaufman spending the evening at his watch party in Charlotte. So, Julia, how's it going out there?
Well, the crowd is pumped up, Vanessa, Fred. People are having fun. They're excited. They're cheering, holding on to hope that they can hold on to this lead right now. Jeff Jackson, as you said, is 61 versus Harrigan, who is at 39% right now. But I will note that is a percent lower for Jackson than when we last checked in with you guys. So that is something to keep an eye on. Is this going to be a trend that slowly closes that gap between Jackson and Harrigan? We're going to have to wait and see to find out. But Jackson tells me he is cautiously optimistic. Earlier today, we were with him in Gastonia before he was here celebrating at Lenny Boy Brewing. I asked him what his priorities would be if he wins tonight. He says tackling inflation is at the top of the list.
Cost of living is going up. That's what you hear number one when you talk to voters. Price of gas, inflation, those are the top two issues. Got to stay focused on that. Supply chain is a big piece of feeding into inflation. There are a lot of things you can tackle within supply chain to help get a handle on inflation.
You heard him mentioning gas prices there in that soundbite. He actually supported legislation over the summer that would have given North Carolinians a gas tax rebate. He serves in the North Carolina Senate, in case you didn't know, but that bill did die at the end of session. So we're going to keep an eye on the results trickling in here. I think we're going to hear some speeches soon at the watch party, so we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Julia Kaufman, thank you so much. And our election night coverage continues throughout the night.
We will be streaming on WCNC Charlotte Plus in just a moment, and we will be back with another update on the air in a half hour.
All right, we're all good.
What results do you have before I say anything?
Well, I don't.
And welcome back to our special edition coverage of the 2022 midterm elections here, live streaming to you via YouTube and WCNC Plus.
Yep, we're going to be here for you all night, checking in with all the latest. We are about to check in with our Brianna Harper.
She joins us live now with North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein at Cheri Beasley's headquarters.
Yes, all night we have been watching the results roll in, and Attorney Josh Stein took the podium earlier tonight. You kind of talk about the excitement of this crowd. If Beasley does get the win, what does that mean for North Carolina voters?
Cheri is a wonderful person who is driven by all the right reasons to be in public service. She would be a powerful senator for the people of North Carolina, doing the right thing and putting the people of North Carolina and this country first.
And it's also much bigger than North Carolina. The nation is kind of looking at the Tar Heel state to see what this can mean for the U.S. Senate. So if you can kind of talk about the power of that as well.
Yeah, when you have a 50-50 split, every single seat makes the difference. And Cheri wants to go up there. She's not a partisan warrior. She's not looking to be Democrat, Republican. She wants to bring people together and solve problems. And honestly, we could stand a lot more of that in Washington.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We'll continue to look for the results.
Thank you.
And so at last check, seriously, it is neck and neck. I believe it's 50% Beasley, 49% Ted Budd right now. About 50% of the polls reporting right now, according to MSNBC. So we'll continue to watch these results and keep you guys updated throughout the night. Send it back to you guys.
All right, it's like watching a horse race at this point. In the night.
Yeah, it is neck and neck there with those results we're seeing so far. Of course, we got to check in with the opponent here and the Ted Budd campaign.
And he's the Republican running for that Senate seat. Let's check in with our Chloe Leshner, who joins us live from Winston-Salem with the latest there. Chloe?
Hey, Fred and Vanessa. Yeah, the room kind of actually just got quiet for a few minutes. Everybody paying attention, watching those results come in. Some more came in, and it is getting closer and closer. They are feeling confident that they can continue the trend of electing Republicans to U.S. Senate seats in North Carolina. It has been since 2008 that a Democrat won a U.S. Senate seat, the same year that a Democratic presidential candidate won in North Carolina. Now, Ted Budd has served 3 terms as congressman for the 13th district here in North Carolina. Before that, he worked in finance and owned a gun range and store. Now he looks to become a U.S. Senator in North Carolina, and he has the support and backing of former President Donald Trump. He was campaigning with former Vice President Mike Pence last week, and then a couple weeks ago in Charlotte with Senator Lindsey Graham. They said there that they cannot afford to lose this seat. The race really didn't get as much national attention as some of the other swing states, but still the race really will play a big role in determining the balance of power. But Ted Budd knows it will be a close race. Polling has shown that. Budd ahead at times, but certainly within that margin of error. Now, polls have been closed since 7:30, about an hour and a half. We know those votes kind of coming in, the results changing really minute by minute here. But we will continue to keep you updated as this goes on. We are expecting to hear from Congressman Ted Budd, but we don't think that will be until he is ready for the race to be called here. But for now, live in Winston-Salem, Chloe Leshner, WCNC Charlotte.
Chloe, thank you.
And we're going to put a pin in this race for just a bit because we got to check in with Alma Adams, who is currently addressing folks right now, the projected winner or of this House District 2. So let's listen in to hear what she has to say.
And for the rest of the 117th Congress, and after the new Congress is sworn in January, on January 3rd. But going forward, I believe that we all need to work together if we are a divided government. I'm not calling that yet either, but we just don't know. But as the most senior Democrat member of North Carolina's delegation in the 118th Congress, I will continue to work with both sides of the aisle on our district priorities. And so Charlotte's region has some great challenges, including housing and hunger and healthcare and higher education and the economy, and they are not partisan issues, and they've never been partisan issues. So there's a lot that we can and must do and accomplish together, and I pledge to you that I will continue to work to make sure that that happens for our district. I do encourage everyone to take the passionate intensity, and clearly I've seen it throughout early vote and even today, that we felt over the past few weeks, and to recommit to the pursuit of justice for all Americans, because I believe that that's what not only we need, but what we want. And so the work is not over, and I'm going to continue to give my all for every resident of the 12th Congressional District. And let me just remind you that the current district will, the current Congress, will return to the Capitol next week to finish the work of the 117th Congress. I'm going to represent the 12th District under its current boundaries, which includes Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, Davidson, Cornelius, Huntersville, Mint Hill, and parts of Pineville and Matthews. That's the current district. And for the remainder of the 117th Congress, I will continue to serve as Vice Chair of the House Agriculture Committee, Chair of the Workforce Protection Subcommittee of the House of Education and Labor, and I will serve continuously as a member of Financial Services. Once the new Congress gets into place, I'm sure other committees and new committees may be assigned. But after I'm sworn into the 118th Congress on January 3rd, 2023, I will begin representing communities in Cabarrus County, and I will continue to represent the majority of the people that I currently represent in Charlotte and Mecklenburg County. You all know that Mecklenburg, Charlotte in particular, our city, was divided in half. And so many of the residents who I have right now, some of them I will not have, and I will continue to have others. And as I said, Cabarrus County will be included. And so it has been a true honor for me to represent North Carolina's 12th District for the past 4 terms, 8 years in the U.S. Congress. And I really, truly look forward to working for you and with you for the next 2 years. I do want to thank my daughter and granddaughter for coming all this way from Greensboro. I call her Principal Lindsay. As I have worked in education for 40 years, she is actually following my path, and I'm really proud of that. And so I just want you to know that I am a stakeholder representative. What matters to you continues to matter to me. So I thank you so very much, and all of my staff who are here, not only my campaign folks, but also my congressional staff members. Many of them are here, and I thank you all so very much for your support. And listen, we're looking for some good results tonight. We don't have all of the returns in yet, but we're going to continue to watch and be prayerful. And I thank you so very much for the opportunity to serve. Service is indeed the rent we pay for living on this earth. And as I always try to say, hopefully we'll turn this mother out. Thank you.
All right, and of course, hearing there from Representative Alma Adams talking about how it's been an honor for her to serve her constituents. And as we mentioned, as we were sending it out to her, announcement there, NBC News, Associated Press projecting that she will be the winner here in this House 12 race. 54% of the precincts reporting here, close to 66% of the vote going to Alma Adams so far.
And she's served since 2014 and has served in office for a very long time, from the Greensboro City Schools, the Greensboro City Council, the General Assembly, and now the U.S. Congress. She wins re-election. Let's go to our Carolyn Bruck, who is following closely this Cheri Beasley and Ted Budd race. And we've seen a flip in the numbers here. And we're hearing from you, Carolyn, the chatter. This has to do with districts reporting. Precincts reporting.
I mean, this really, guys, look at this, because this is the first time that we're seeing Ted Budd be in favor of Ted Budd. So, we've got a pretty significant numbers coming in there. The difference, 21,000. So yes, this is the first time that we're seeing Ted Budd lead Cheri Beasley. So I'm going to bring in Scott Huffman again. He's a political science professor from Winthrop University. You're not surprised by this, right?
No, I mean, the day of election count nearly always goes for Republicans. Democrats have an edge in mail-in balloting, but the Democratic edge in mail-in balloting this election cycle was not as big as their edge in the 2018. So that already didn't bode well for the Beasley campaign. And day of voting tends to lean Republican. So we expected, as those precincts began reporting, that it would get much, much closer and could flip.
So let's talk about some of the counties that are in question. And they're not the big metropolitan or metro areas. Let's talk Anson County. So I'm going to highlight it right here. Anson County, we've got, 6,000 or so votes in. The difference between the two, it's leaning towards Budd, 394 votes more for Budd. but we've got 77%, so 100% is reporting. Now, I was talking to Meet the Press moderator, Chuck Todd, earlier, and he was saying that this is a very important area for Cheri Beasley to win. So, Scott, what do you think about this? Is this now, is it lost?
Well, those are important because those are counties that can tip one way or another if there's strong Democratic turnout. If you go back to the 2008 presidential election, Obama was able to turn out voters and win Anson, Richmond, Scotland County, kind of in that area where the PD River goes up through, so sort of a PD region which bleeds into the South Carolina PD region. And Democratic turnout in those areas needs to be large enough to win. It's not going to be as big of a win as a metropolitan area, but it's how you build a coalition. And to the degree that those counties are not flipping blue, you're not seeing the voters turn out, the Democratic voters turn out like they did for an Obama. The Beasley campaign needs to start finding votes elsewhere because those were counties that could have been or should have been really important to a winning coalition for her.
I mean, just what you said, let's take a look at this, because if I shift this and we look at what happened in 2016, Anson County, blue. And it's by a pretty large margin there, 55.6%. I mean, in this case, Richard Burr still won, but this is a county that went Democrat. Right now, we're looking at it, and at this point, it's for the Republicans. Guys?
Fascinating to watch how all of this works, because a lot of people get mixed messages from projected outcomes of these races, not knowing the political science that goes into this and how we watch these returns come in from specific precincts and how it determines the outcome of these races. Thank you for illuminating that for us, Carolyn and Scott. Yeah.
We're also watching the local school board races too. So, you know, from the top down to the very local. And our Shamaria Morrison has really been diving into all of the races that we're seeing on the ballot, including on CMS. And she is joining us right now. I'm wondering, is there anything, Shay, that is popping out to you as far as results or any particular races we should be really keeping an eye on tonight?
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things actually that's happening, and it's in those races that we told you all to watch. So we have District 1. So early voting is, in right now. Those numbers are in. All precincts, again, aren't reporting, but it's showing that Melissa Easley is actually at the top of that ticket. There is an incumbent in that race. That's Rhonda Cheek. She's just a little bit behind. But as we know, on the day of voting day, you're going to have those Republican votes come in, and that is when Rhonda probably will see a lot more votes coming in. And then we have another Republican who is in that race, Ro Lawson. He's just behind as well, behind Cheek and Easley, but also we expect more votes to come in on his and her side of things once those other votes come in. Another race that we didn't expect to be so neck and neck so early on is the District 5 race. We hadn't even talked about that one. So that does not have an incumbent in there. Who was the incumbent or who has that seat? Her Margaret Marshall. She's not running again, and she actually endorsed Trent Merchant, who right now it's 50-50 with him and Lisa Klein. She's a Republican on that seat, and that just wasn't expected at the moment. So we just know that that race is going to be one that you want to watch out for. And then lastly, what we're watching is that District 6 race. We talked about it. It's an incumbent in that race as well, Sean Strain. He's actually behind. You have someone who is above him, Summer Nunn. She's a Democrat in that race. Sean Strain is a Republican. And we kind of told you all earlier about the redistricting that happened after the 2020 census. There was a redistricting. Strain, he fought it, and this is probably one of the reasons why, is because as more and different votes came in, he just doesn't have the stronghold he once did in that district. And one more before I let you all go, we're also looking at the District 4 race. That's the one that has those two people who have been fighting before. They have the incumbent, Carol Sawyer, in addition to Stephanie Snead. They saw each other in 2017. Carol Sawyer edged out Stephanie Snead, but they are also both Democrats, and they are just neck and neck right now. But Snead is actually ahead of Sawyer, and this will be interesting because you don't have that dynamic at play where there's one Republican, one Democrat. They are fighting for the same votes, and so that's going to be a very, very interesting one to watch. And some of those people who are ahead right now, I gave them some text messages. Summer Nunn, Melissa Easley, both. I'm just saying, they're excited, but they know that all the results aren't in, all the votes aren't in. So just like us, they're waiting for all the precincts to be in before, waving any of those flags saying that they have won the race. But for now, live at CMS headquarters, Shamaria Morrison, WCNC Charlotte.
Yeah, they've been here before. They know.
And I would urge folks, if they haven't already, to go to our website and check out all of Shay's reporting, because she interviewed every single one of the candidates. So if you really want to dive deep into what they're all about and the races themselves and the nuances, she did a great job reporting on all of that throughout the weeks leading up here to this election.
So there have been a lot of decided races that we've seen in North and South Carolina. Some close races in North Carolina, but some of those races in South Carolina, not really, they're pretty decisive is basically what I'm trying to say here.
Some of them have been declared pretty early.
Very decisive and very early. Let's go now to our Lexi Wilson, who joins us live from York in South Carolina, where tallying is underway, these ballots.
Well, that's exactly right, Fred. We are in the York County Government Center where ballots are being counted. Now, this process is actually open to the public. All you have to do is come here and show your ID, and as you can see behind me, there are a few spectators waiting for some of those results to come in. Election officials here tell me that this is just a really transparent process, and they make that pretty clear by the screen that's right behind me, so you can actually see step by step each step to this process of counting the different ballots. But I do want to show you some video that we took from earlier today. Poll clerks from their precincts brought back everything from the polling sites, and in those blue boxes are electronic poll books, paper ballots, and results from the different precincts in York County, which are on a flash drive and they are sealed, is what I'm being told. Now, election officials say they're aware there are some concerns about voter fraud, but they say this process is extremely secure, and they also did tell me that a lot of the poll workers working here tonight did go through a lot of security training. Again, they're really just enhancing and saying that this is a really secure process for those people who may be concerned about this. But for now, that's the process that's happening here in York County. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Lexi, thank you.
Yeah, that's certainly something we've been seeing a lot. This election go round, if you will, after what we saw with 2020 and some folks kind of raising unfounded alarms about election integrity, is seeing those election officials really kind of going above and beyond to make the process more transparent, if you will. I felt like we've seen that a lot from a lot of our local boards of elections. So just a snapshot there, as Lexi mentioned, people can actually come and watch this. So I know that we've got to get to something else though right now.
Yeah, we've been talking about those decisive races happening in South Carolina. One of them, U.S. Senate candidate there and incumbent Tim Scott, who is speaking now. Let's listen in.
So I throw up my hands and I praise you again and again. So come on, my soul. Oh, don't you get shy now. Lift up your song, because you've got a lion inside of those lungs. Get up and praise the Lord. Thank you. For those of you who may have wondered whether a day like this was possible in the great state of South Carolina, wonder no more. For those who may be surprised that a black son of the South could be entrusted to govern, wonder no more. For those of you who have heard about the New South and a new South Carolina, but were unsure exactly what it meant, may you rest assured. In 2010, I launched what some called a fool's errand to run for Congress. I wanted to represent my state, my home city of Charleston, in the United States Congress. Yes, the birthplace of the Civil War. It would be a difficult challenge without any question. The grandson of a cotton picker ran against the son of one of the most powerful senators in the history of South Carolina, Strom Thurmond, and one of the most popular governors of our state, Governor Carroll Campbell's son as well. the child of a single mom who had to share not a house, not a room, but a bed with her 2 sons, had an opportunity to run for Congress, and you all gave me a chance to serve. You gave me a chance to serve you in the United States Congress, and then later in the United States Senate, and then tonight, you have allowed me, a miracle from God, to continue serving you in the United States Senate. Thank you.
So hearing there, U.S. Senator Tim Scott giving what sounded like the tones of a victory speech, as he would, the projected winner, as NBC News has projected for this U.S. Senate race out of South Carolina.
Yeah, and he has already announced that this will be his last term. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this and more developments on this election night. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
By the content of our character and not simply the color of our skin. Wonder no more. But let me warn you. Let me warn you. There are those whose brand of leadership is to fill you with fear, doubt, and uncertainty. Fear that our democracy is somehow in jeopardy. It is not. It is not in jeopardy. Doubt that the country can work. There are those who want you to fear that the country can work for those who are least fortunate. It can and it is working for all Americans. And uncertainty on whether or not our best days are somewhere behind us. They are not. With strength and perseverance, we have the potential for a great resetting, a renewal, even a rebirth, where we get to choose how we will meet the potential of today and the promise of tomorrow. We have no choice but to lead the world with bravery, resolve, and power. A power that comes from the courage of our convictions, from a deep-seated belief in our principles, from being certain that there is an absolute truth. It's not about this election cycle. It's not even about 2024. It's more important than that. It's about our future as a country, and therefore the future of the world. We, the Great Opportunity Party, we are the party of freedom, of strength, of personal responsibility, and economic empowerment. We are the party of individual liberty and upward mobility.
WCNC Charlotte.
We want to get you an update now on some key races we're following across the Carolinas. And let's start with this. Right now, Ted Budd and Cheri Beasley neck and neck for North Carolina's Senate seat. And as you can see, this race is pretty close here. We might not even see a winner called tonight. And just into our newsroom, Jeff Jackson has won or been declared the winner of the 14th District Congressional race, beating Pat Harrigan. This race was for control of the newly formed district that covers southern Mecklenburg County and Gaston County. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster has won re-election in his race against Joe Cunningham. And WCNC Charlotte's Austin Walker is live there at Governor McMaster's watch party there in Columbia. How's it going, Austin?
Yeah, definitely people are pretty excited right now. The AP calling it for Governor Henry McMaster, saying he will then take the seat once again at the governor's desk for the Great Palmetto State right here. Now again, as you can see right here, a lot of individuals are pretty happy. There's a lot of energy. People still filing into this area. Again, people very, very happy that he will once again take this spot as South Carolina governor. But again, let's look at those current numbers right now to show us where those votes are currently. Looking on your screen right now, 57% of the votes right now for Governor McMaster, and then Joe Cunningham falling short at just 42% of those votes. The AP seeing that right now we are only seeing 35% of those votes for the entire state. Still more votes coming in. Those polls for the South Carolina did close at 7 o'clock, so obviously things are still wrapping up. Okay, so back at the election tonight, watch party tonight, we have not heard from Governor McMaster just yet. We've been waiting for him to come out. Individuals have taken the stage, but he has not just yet. We talked to his campaign and staff today, and they said that we should be experiencing and expecting him to take the stage at about 9:30, which is in just a few minutes. Again, people are very excited, very, very happy that he once again has taken the desk of South Carolina governor once again. And fun fact, this is probably one of the longest terms that the state has seen for an individual to be at this as governor. And as you can see, we're hearing some stuff right now. Actually, people are taking the podium right now, addressing individuals. Let's maybe listen in for just a moment to see exactly what is happening right here at the Governor McMaster watch party.
Well, it's been an amazing journey. 7 days on the road, 19 stops on a bus tour, and I am so proud to be standing here to celebrate being your lieutenant governor for 4 more years. For everybody that's at home watching, we couldn't have done it without you. I'm grateful for everyone. Do we ever get tired of losing or tired of winning here in South Carolina? Never get tired of winning. Governor, I want to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to work alongside of you as your lieutenant governor. You're my mentor and you're my friend, and I will be forever grateful. To our unbelievable supporters, which there are way too many to name, thank you for giving of your time and your talents and your treasures. You made all the difference. And to our amazing campaign team, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. As I stand here, I'm grateful for so many things. As a woman of faith, I thank God who has always dreamed a bigger dream for me than I could dream for myself.
All right, you're listening to the Lieutenant Governor there, also declaring her victory, Pamela Everett, another Republican. This will be the, I guess, 16 years, 16 straight years a Republican has held a office there in South Carolina. Our election night coverage continues throughout the night.
We'll be back with more streaming coverage on WCNC Plus in a few minutes.
Household for a little while, just to see what it looked like to have a strong, powerful, optimistic man. This man who picked cotton lived long enough to watch his grandson pick out a seat in Congress. Ain't God good? That is why I say from cotton to Congress in his lifetime. All things are possible in the greatest nation on earth. All things are possible. And I celebrate the service and sacrifice of every American who fought, struggled, served, and sacrificed so we could continue to perfect this union. I am
Hello and welcome back to our special edition coverage of 2022 midterm elections.
Yes, we thank you so much for being with us here. Of course, we'll be streaming all of this coverage all night long here on WCNC Plus and then on YouTube. And we've been covering all the key races for you, some of the results that we've been seeing throughout the night as well. We've been hearing from the McMaster side of things. We had told folks South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster projected as the winner in his race. Okay. We were going to dip into the Lieutenant Governor's speech.
Pamela Everett.
Yeah, she was just speaking. It sounds like she has just wrapped. Wait, I see Henry McMaster coming up to the podium. Are we able to get to that? All right.
Let's listen in.
Everybody happy? This is a big night. This is a big day. This is a great state. It's getting better all the time. As y'all know, this is daughter number one, Mary Rogers. This is her husband, Sam, producer of a brand new South Carolinian named James Dorgan. He's 4.5 months old right now. This is the mama rabbit, started it all right there. Peggy Jean picked out myself from Spartanburg. Peggy Jean. Henry D. and his wife, Virginia, not here. They got an even newer baby at home, Margot Gray. She's just a little over a month, but she could be here before long. Y'all, this is a great night. We made a lot of progress, and I want to thank you. There are too many people to thank. So I just want to thank everybody who participated, everybody who worked in this campaign. It was a great campaign. We're on the bus, 19 different stops on the battle bus. Y'all, it's a thrill to go around this state and to see the people of the state, see the hope in their eyes, the thrill, excuse me, that they have about the future. It is all about the future of South Carolina, and everybody knows that South Carolina is the best place in the whole world to live, work, and raise a family, and to grow up. And that's what it's about. It's about our children. It's about the future. It's about what we're going to do for them. And ladies and gentlemen, we're on a good track right now. South Carolina's booming, and we're going to keep on booming. We're going to keep on booming. Booming. Just a few things. We're working. We're getting even better. As you may have heard, this year so far, and the year's not over, we got $5 billion in capital investment from people outside coming into South Carolina. That is a record. We've never done that before. That's because they want to come here and hire the people of South Carolina. They want to invest in the state, in the people of South Carolina to do their work. $5 billion. Because of that, so much money is coming in. We were able to cut taxes. We've cut income taxes, the largest income tax in the history of our state, largest cut, and we're going to keep on cutting. In addition, we've eliminated income tax on the retirement pay for our veterans. Our veterans are great people. We want more of them. This is a military state. They make us stronger. We also have cut taxes on small businesses, on unemployment insurance. That's going down. Everything is getting better. What are we doing with that money? We are wisely investing in the right things. We're investing in our people. There's not a child in South Carolina that can't go to kindergarten at 4 years old if they want to, whether they have the money or not, because we're going to pay for it. If you want to go to technical college and get one of the best education and training in the whole world, in our system of 16, the best in the whole world, we got $79 million in scholarships waiting on you right now. You want to go to college, 4-year college, we've frozen tuition, and also we have quadruple scholarships for those going to those colleges. We're going to invest in our people. We're going to invest in our infrastructure. We're putting $2 billion into roads, putting $1 billion into water and sewer, putting $400 million in broadband, and that's just the beginning. We're going to keep on going because we're dependent on the people of South Carolina. They are the greatest in the whole world, and everybody knows it. So when we're doing all that, I just want to remind everyone that we must remember that we live in a most precious environment. Our natural environment is second to none. There's nothing like it, and that's why we have a new Office of Resilience. For the first time, we're going to be sure to take care of our precious natural treasures. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's getting better and better. So, in the words of Bonnie Raitt, we got some more years to go. We got more work to do. So let's give them something to talk about. That's what she said. And remember this, if we thought the last few years were good, you just wait till the next, because there's going to be more and more. And like that famous philosopher Tim McGraw said, also a country western singer, I like it, I love it, I want some more of it. Thank you.
All right, Governor Henry McMaster quoting Bonnie Raitt and Tim McGraw.
Just very exuberant, obviously,
Yeah.
as he would be, as we mentioned.
As you would expect.
Right, the
in this kind of
projected
moment,
winner here, it looks like 40% of precincts reporting, but just to mention here, 58% of the vote going to McMaster so far, 41 to his Democratic opponent, Joe Cunningham.
Yeah, and this is a win that we expected. Of course, not one that's going to really have an impact on the balance of power that we've been talking about with the whole midterm. For more on that, though, let's check in. I want to check in with our Michelle Bowden, who is in our digital newsroom here. And you have been tracking these Senate races that could really tip the balance here of power. Okay, pardon that technical difficulty. It happens sometimes
It's been a
with
long
live
night.
streaming. Yeah.
Right? So we're going to work on her microphone, and obviously she's going to come back and talk about some of these Senate races, you know, something that we've been talking about with Scott Huffman, who is, yeah. Okay, well, we're going to get to that in just a second. Jeff Jackson. So this is another projected winner here. Let's get over to his speech.
This is one of the biggest nights for our families' lives, and for you to be here and to share this moment with you is an absolute privilege and a joy, and I'm so grateful for all of you. Right now, there are hundreds of elections all across the state where votes are being counted and the outcome has not been determined. But in our race, we know the outcome. And it is the honor of a lifetime to tell you that we have won. Oh, that felt good to say. That felt good to say. When you run for office, you learn how many people it really takes to help you win. How many people have to come together. And it starts with family. And you all just got to see mine, my wife of 10 years, Marissa Jackson, is right here. Our kids, Hayden, Owen, and Avery are here. I think some of you may have seen Avery on TV saying, "Vote for my dad." I'm so glad you took her advice. Campaigning is as hard on the family as it is on the candidate. And when you do something like this, you learn how strong your family really is. We made a decision to run as a family. We ran as a family, and now we have won as a family. Our campaign team, they're all here with you right now. This is the hardest working group of young people you've ever met. They just did 7 days a week for 9 months straight. They stayed focused, they stayed positive, they stayed pretty cheerful. and they stayed united. Team, we simply would not have won without you. I am so grateful. Please join me in thanking our campaign team. I want everyone here to know about our amazing volunteers, because so many volunteers are here with us tonight. Because of you, we reached tens of thousands more voters than we otherwise would have reached. You were the grassroots army for this campaign, and it worked. And finally, I want to thank my opponent, Pat Harrigan. Pat Harrigan is a good person. He ran a good campaign. He decided to step forward and run, which is not easy, for the same reasons that he joined the military and served overseas. It's because he loves our country and he wants what's best for it. Please join me in thanking my opponent. Tonight's victory, as most of you know, is in a new district. One that's never existed. That's very rare. A new district is an opportunity for a new start, for a new generation, and for a new set of expectations. I want to use this office to do important things for the people who live here. And that's not a short list. There are a lot of things that need to be done. But I want to do that work in a way that raises your expectations about what you deserve from people in this position, because your expectations are really low. They've never been lower. And that's a problem, because there are elements of this job that have never been more important. I believe that we are still in a moment unlike any of us has seen in our lifetimes, where there are strong political forces that would end your power as voters if it meant they never had to concede another election, if it meant power for them in perpetuity. Raising your expectations starts with being honest with you about this moment that we're in, and then telling you what we're going to do about it. And here's what we're going to do about it. We're going to start by making explicit our commitment to certain basic principles like honesty and decency, principles that should have nothing to do with partisanship. All right. Yeah. But that's not enough, because as far apart as we are today, we have to come back together. We have to. One of the ways we're going to do that is by seeing a shared future that we want to achieve more than we want to fight each other. And that means, in addition to the day-to-day back and forth of politics, people in my position have to do a better job of laying out a positive vision for our future. Something that we can see and believe in and almost grasp. And it doesn't have to be complicated. How about this? Let's have a country where all of our children can read well. Let's live in a country where young people can find careers that will let them raise a family, and where those families can afford to buy a home, and where that home is in the town where they work. And where that home is energy independent, and when someone in that family gets sick, they can get taken care of without running the risk of losing that home. That is not the country we live in right now, but it can be. And that's a positive vision that most people can get behind. It's a vision we can accomplish this decade. And imagine if we did, the dramatic upgrade that it would mean for our country. None of those goals are radical. None of them are partisan. They are simple and positive and fundamentally about giving you more control over your lives. Because if you march out into this life and you can't read well, other people are going to end up controlling your life for you. If you can't afford a home in the town where you work, you just lost control over something really important, because now you are renting or commuting forever. And if our homes are energy independent, then we can tell the oil companies and the oil countries that they don't get to control our lives anymore. And I'll tell you how we get it done. The biggest thing that we can do to actually achieve the future we want: give you as voters more power. Give you more power. Politicians have done everything they can.
And you're listening to Jeff Jackson speak, giving
from
his
you.
speech saying tonight's victory is in a new district, offering an opportunity for a new start and a new set of expectations, basically vowing to up the expectation for elected officials in that seat.
Yeah, we heard that in that speech, and obviously making reference to this newly created district. So this is that District 14 we saw that came about from this latest census and the growth that we've seen in the state, and this new district that was added. We do know that the U.S. House, I mean, right now we're seeing analysts expecting this to kind of go to the Republicans, in the sense of the Republicans gaining control, and the Senate is kind of the one that we're going to kind of see what happens here. I know Carolyn Bruck is standing by with Scott Huffman to talk about all sorts of nuances to this election, balance of power and whatnot. What are you guys chatting about here?
So Scott, of course, Scott Huffman, he's with us tonight, and you've been with us all night. You're from Winthrop University, political science professor there. Let's talk about the elections happening outside of North Carolina and what it means for the balance of power. You said there are a couple states that you're looking at.
Right, and as we just said, that it is expected, like 17 out of the 19 last elections, that the party's going to switch controls in Congress right now, and that the Republicans are going to take control of the House, definitely. The question, though, is how much of a swing there is. A low swing would be about 20 seats. A high swing would be 40 seats or more. So we want to look at a couple of races outside of North Carolina that might be bellwether races. And there are 3 in Virginia that were critical to Democrats. First is the Virginia 10th. That is a strongly Democratic seat in Northern Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C., the suburbs, strong Democratic. If that had been a toss-up, if that had been close, that would have been bad news for Democrats. But it was won, it was called early on. The next is on the south side of Virginia, which is another Democratic stronghold. That is the Virginia 2nd District, and it should go solidly Democratic as well, and it looks like the Democrat is holding on to a strong lead. Now the third, the Virginia 7th, is not as strong of a Democratic base, and it is a little closer, but the Democrats still seem to be holding on. So now I'm looking to see the Indiana 1st. The Indiana 1st is going to be one of those races that we know should be Democratic. It became more of a toss-up with the sort of redistricting, and it is something that will also give us an indication of whether the Democrats are going to have a bloodbath or whether or not they'll only lose a handful of seats.
Now, why these areas specifically? It reflects what the country is like in these areas?
Well, for this case, there are these purple districts, which are really interesting to look at, but those are always going to be a toss-up, and you don't know anything about those districts until the night is over because it's always so close. So these districts are actually not toss-up districts, so they're not necessarily reflective of the general population. They should be strongholds for one party.
Right, so if they're not, that shows a big shift.
That's exactly right.
Okay, so let's talk about the reason why voters are coming out. Are you seeing any trends as far as what seems to be the most important for voters?
Well, the issues that have been stated tend to lean Republican. Inflation is number one, and that cuts against Biden, that cuts against the Democrats. Abortion is number 2. Now, that helps the Democrats to the degree that people turned out because of Dobbs, the Dobbs decision overturning Roe v. Wade. A majority of them are going to be Democratic leaning. However, the other top issues mentioned are things like immigration, gun control and crime, violent crime. And right now that cuts towards the Republicans. So the national turnout, the exit polls, looks like it's painting a pretty good picture for Republicans, but some of these key districts might tell us it might not be the red tsunami that we could expect.
Let's head to Pat Harrigan, excuse me. We're told he's taking the podium right now. This is District 14, so let's hear.
All the Lord's calling into this race. I learned long ago that when God calls, you don't say no. No matter the cost to you personally or professionally, I'm grateful to him for his guidance, his blessing of protection over my family, and his divine hand over the outcome of this race. Second, I want to express my sincere gratitude to and praise for Jeff Jackson. Jeff was a formidable opponent, an excellent politician. And the Democratic Party didn't win this race for Jeff Jackson tonight. Jeff won this race despite it, which is a testament to his skill and capability. As Peggy Noonan said this week, Democrats are not getting crushed on narrative and messaging. They are getting crushed by facts. They are getting crushed by bad policy. And our world is better.
All right, we've been listening in here to Pat Harrigan, projected to have suffered defeat here tonight at the hands of Jeff Jackson in this U.S. House District 14 race out of North Carolina. There we see him addressing the results that we're seeing this evening.
We'll continue to follow his speech and the latest developments. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
I would not have been able to shoulder the load in this race. And I'm pretty sure I would have had 10,000 fewer votes in Gaston County, too, if it weren't for her. If I possess any qualification for higher office, she is certainly my brightest and best qualification. Thank you. Fourth, I'd like to thank my campaign team, Jordan Shaw, Lucy Croxton Skelly, Brandon Kraft. Can we get a hand for Brandon? Unbelievable future, this one, ahead of him. Jim Hughes, Jonathan Simpson, and Nicole Thompson. Without them, we would not have even had a race. They kept us organized, engaged, and on message, and allowed us to run a race that commanded respect from the other side of the field, and one that I'm proud to represent. Fifth, I want to thank everyone here. To our supporters, without your resources, none of this would have been possible. Thank you for taking a chance on me. Never bet against a new guy with character. Character always wins in the end. Even if the odds are long and the winning isn't immediate. Where are our volunteers? Everywhere in here. I'm looking at there I go. Awesome. Without your efforts, none of this would have happened. You did the hard work that paid incredible dividends from the very beginning of this race, and I'm truly indebted to you. Michael Watley, Chad Hawkins, Alan Cloninger, Don Roper, Brad Overcash, Jonathan Fletcher, Leanne Patton, Ken May, and fellow candidates that I've had the privilege of running this race with you. The list could go on and on and on.
Hello and thanks for staying with us here at WCNC Charlotte for election night coverage. A tight race for North Carolina Senate. Democrat Cheri Beasley and Republican Ted Budd neck and neck.
Right now, 68% of the precincts reporting. Budd with 51% of the votes, 47% of the votes for Cheri Beasley. We want to get out to Brianna Harper joining us live from the Beasley campaign watch party there in Raleigh. How's it going, Bree?
Yeah,
Vanessa, if you take a look behind me, you can see all eyes are pointed to the screen here. We're taking a look at results rolling in from MSNBC. Right there on the screen there, 50% for Ted Budd, 47% for Cheri Beasley. It is a very, very tight race, and Cheri has mentioned that she wants to protect voter integrity, and if she does become senator, she wants to make sure she gets access for people to vote in rural areas, for minorities and those with disabilities. Take a listen to what she said when we interviewed her earlier during our Flashpoint segment about why it's so important to protect that voter integrity.
This is our country. And even after all of that violence, yeah, he refused to certify the election and called them just patriots standing up. And there was legislation proposed to secure and protect future elections, which he voted against. And even when pressed about whether or not he will accept the results of this race, he's reticent to say yes. We need someone who believes in democracy.
And so we have been keeping a close eye out as more and more polls given their results. We're hoping to see Cheri Beasley here shortly. And of course, when we do and those final results come in, we'll give you guys the latest update. For now, that's the very latest from downtown Raleigh. Brianna Harper, WCNC Charlotte.
Bree, thank you. Ted Budd is the Republican candidate running to represent North Carolina in the U.S. Senate.
Yes, and as Bree just mentioned, right now he has the lead here with a margin of about 4 percentage points. Chloe Leshner is joining us live from his campaign watch party there in Winston-Salem. What is the mood like there, Chloe?
Hey, Vanessa and Fred, definitely a cheerful, joyous mood here. The crowd really locked in watching those election results. And a bit ago, when Congressman Ted Budd took the lead, there was a big eruption of applause here. Let's take another look at those results. Now, it is still close. There are several million votes left to be counted. But in the beginning, we saw Beasley taking the lead with those early votes. But as more and more precincts report, we are seeing it shift in Budd's favor. And we know that a majority of election day voters tend to be Republicans, and they will continue to change as more votes come in. Now, Congressman Budd has acknowledged that these races are often close in North Carolina, many times determined by just a few percentage points. But the last few elections, we have seen Republicans win here in North Carolina. Budd has the endorsement of former President Donald Trump, and members of the party are hopeful that this race will help them regain control of the U.S. Senate. Take a listen to what North Carolina GOP Chairman Michael Whatley said earlier tonight.
We're feeling really good, really excited about what we're seeing right now in the numbers, really excited about what we've seen in the field. You know, I hit all 100 counties over the last several months, and the excitement for change is very real, and people want to be able to rein in this Biden agenda.
We know Senator Tom Tillis will be introducing Congressman Budd later on tonight. They, of course, are hoping that is for a victory speech. Back to you.
All right, Chloe Leshner live. Thank you, Chloe. And our election night coverage continues throughout this evening.
And we're going to be back with more streaming coverage on WCNC Plus, which, of course, you can check out on Roku and Fire TV. We'll see you there.
What becomes of our citizens when portions of our government unjustly weaponize against them? What becomes of our nation when we are told there are WMDs in Iraq and that we can keep our existing doctors under a new national health care plan? The answer is that we lose trust at all levels of society, not just in our leaders, but in our time-tested institutions these leaders represent on our behalf that ensure the stability of our world. This trust is the grease granted by our citizenry in the form of confidence in and deference to our leaders, respect for one another and our institutions, taxes, and the willful adherence to the prevailing rule of law that keeps the massive wheels of our nation turning and the fabric of our society strong. Without it, we grind to a halt and we begin to rust, and the fragility of our society begins to show in the form of failed outcomes. And today, we have failed outcomes. Why else did we earn our result? Because the soul of our nation has been in crisis.
Hello and welcome back to our special edition live stream coverage of midterm elections 2022, where we've been talking all things political election night here in the Carolinas.
Yes, a lot to talk about, and one of the races we've been discussing at length this evening is one that Carolyn is going to give us an update on. We had talked about the projected winner here in this 14.
That's right. Let's talk about District 14. It's our new district, the very first time that anyone will represent us. 14th representative for Congress. The 2020 census gave us this extra seat. Let's take a look. And I've been calling this really the tale of two counties. So what makes up the 14th district? This area in Mecklenburg County, you can see it's blue for Democrats. And then this area, which is Gaston County, red for Republicans. However, Mecklenburg County area of this, much larger population size. You can see this, the projected winner, regardless of Gaston County and Mecklenburg County. So for the 14th, the projected winner is the Democrat there, Jeff Jackson. So we're going to bring in Scott Huffman, who is a political science professor at Winthrop University. Let's talk about District 14 and how these lines are drawn, why these lines are drawn. You gave us some interesting facts about this. And first, let's explain what gerrymandering is, because that's what this is all about.
Sure. Gerrymandering is redrawing of district lines of an electoral district in order to give political advantage to one party over another. This is something that most people complain about. It's been happening since the birth of our nation. We get the term gerrymandering from Elbridge Gerry at a district that he redrew around Boston that they said looked like a salamander, and so they called it the gerrymander. And so this has been going on since the beginning of our republic. So gerrymandering has been ruled as completely legal by the Supreme Court, and that gave free rein to state legislatures that redraw district lines. And in most states, it is the state legislature as opposed to an independent commission that redraws the district lines. So it was up to the state legislature to figure out, okay, how are we going to redraw these lines? And you might think, well, the Republicans created a Democratic district. And the truth is, by packing the Democrats into a district, they actually gave a little bit more strength to especially the 10th and the 8th, which became a little bit more Republican.
So that's interesting. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to take a look at the 10th. And as you said, McHenry right here, winning by a very large margin, or I should say in the front runner for this by a very large margin. And then you said the 8th, right? Mm-hmm. Let's take a look at the 8th. And that's reflected here as well. So are these numbers surprising to you, or is this dead on what you thought would be because of this 14th district?
No, it created much safer districts for those Republican candidates. You know, and if you look at the 12th was already a safe Democratic district, so it didn't really change that much for the 12th, but it did solidify two districts that were already leaning Republican that you can now count in the strong Republican category.
So the outcome of this 14th district, the projected winner, Jeff Jackson, that's what you expected?
It's not a surprise given that, again, if this district had existed in 2020, it would have gone 17 points for Joe Biden. And even if you take into account that the Democratic vote is not going to be as strong in a midterm election as it was in a presidential election, a win by strong double digits is going to indicate that that party's probably going to hold on to it. So it really wasn't that much of a surprise that Jackson won. But both candidates ran a pretty passionate campaign. For the most part, it was relatively clean compared to some other races that we saw. And it was really a tough race, but a fun race to watch.
And so now we know this is a little bit of the history behind why we've got the 14th district drawn this way. And we're going to head to Michelle Bowden now. So, Michelle, you've been watching about the balance of power, and you're in the digital center. You've been seeing a lot of interesting things happening.
Yeah, so all night we've been saying there are 9 or 10 close races to watch. We can tell you now one of those races has actually been called. That is the Colorado race. You're looking at it there. Incumbent Michael Bennet, the Democrat, did defeat Joe O'Dea, the Republican. Now, O'Dea was actually seen as a perfect candidate for a Republican candidate there in Colorado because he actually supported both abortion rights and same-sex marriage. Colorado does tend to lean more liberal, so people thought he was the best chance as far as a Republican candidate goes. Again, tonight, that's one of the big races people were watching. Colorado Colorado has been called for the Democrats, Michael Bennett holding on to his seat. So I want to go next to another race. Let me go back the other direction here. Give me 1 second. Nevada is another one of those races people are watching. Those polls just closed a few minutes ago. Of course, it is 10 o'clock here, 7 o'clock there, and their polls just closed. Right now, NBC saying that is just too close to call this race. Cortez Masto, the incumbent, the Democrat, the first Latina in the Senate, trying to hold on to her seat there. A lot of people not sure about that, facing off against Republican Adam Laxalt. The big issues there, if you talk to people in Nevada, abortion, of course, that's an issue nationwide, and economy, a major issue there for voters there, saying the cost of living in Vegas too high. So those are the two big issues people felt like really would be on the ballot there in Nevada. And again, too close to call in that race. Interesting NBC News poll, perhaps not a huge surprise, but they did an exit poll today, and they found that women care more than men about the Roe v. Wade decision, and that went across the boards, both across ages and across political lines. And again, that's a big issue there in Nevada. Also want to tell you at this point, NBC is saying Arizona too close to call. That's another big one that we're watching. Pennsylvania too close to call. Again, we've been saying all night that Pennsylvania may be one of those that we're waiting on. Again, that is the closely watched race there between Dr. Mehmet Oz. Let's see if we can get you there. Whoop. There we go. It's Dr. Mehmet Oz and, of course, John Fetterman. That's one of those that a lot of people have been watching ever since the debate, particularly closely a couple of weeks ago, and both of them sort of had a stumble that potentially impacted their campaign and the way voters would turn out. And that's why, of course, President Biden was there this past weekend campaigning in Pennsylvania. Former President Obama was there campaigning, and of course, former President Trump. So all three felt like Pennsylvania was a place where they could potentially win. So that one at this point still too close to call. One other interesting note, a name that most people know, House of Representatives. That's another thing we're watching. Of course, we've been talking Senate, House of the House, that the Republicans really only needed to flip 5 seats. A lot of people think that's likely to happen tonight. We can tell you one person who held on to her seat, AOC. She's somewhat controversial, the Democrat in New York. And again, so she holds on to her seat there. Virginia, I know you guys have been talking there with Scott Huffman, that Virginia was a place that a lot of people were watching. We do know it is tending to go Democrat. People thought if it went Republican, that would be a really bad sign for Democrats. So far tonight, not happening the way people thought maybe it would happen in Virginia. That is the latest. Back to you guys.
All right, very interesting developments in the landscape nationally and the impact on Congress.
Yeah, certainly so. And I know Michelle touched a lot on Senate races. Of course, we got one in North Carolina to talk about.
That's right. Cheri Beasley headquarters there. That's where we see our Bree Harper standing by live with the latest developments there. Bree.
Yeah, Fred, actually, we just had the North Carolina Supreme Court Justice take the podium here, the crowd kind of turning their attention to him. And of course, as we know, Cheri Beasley was the first African-American woman to serve as a North Carolina Chief Justice on the Supreme Court. So she is very familiar with this side of the politics. And all night we've been talking about how historic it could be if she was able to secure the seat as North Carolina Senator. We've been watching that race closely, very tight. I believe she's only down probably about 100,000 votes so far. So we're still kind of watching how close this will be, but I know a lot of folks are kind of focusing in on her voting rights, you know, some of the things that she's wants to make known. We do know that she does want to make sure that voting has access for everyone, jobs, abortion, some of the top topics as well. We still haven't seen Cheri Beasley herself, but of course we're going to keep an eye out as those results come in. For now, that's the very latest from downtown Raleigh. I'm Brianna Harper with WCNC Charlotte.
All right, thank you, Bree.
Yep, and Bree kind of alluded to this, the fact that we are still seeing Ted Budd in the lead here. Last time we checked in, you know, it was a 4 percentage point lead that he had. That has remained the same, but what has changed is more precincts reporting. So he's still holding on to it with 82% reporting. And so we do want to check in with the Ted Budd side of things in the campaign watch party that we've been staking out throughout the evening. That's
where we find Chloe Leshner, who has been following the developments there. Chloe, I imagine that the feeling of optimism is swelling there as more precincts come in.
It definitely is, Fred and Vanessa. Every time that they see these results come in, they bring North Carolina up on the screen. People here just erupt in applause. Really excited, really feeling that momentum as Congressman Ted Budd is staying in the lead for now. Now, there are still millions of votes to be counted tonight, but I did speak with the NC GOP chairman, Michael Whatley, earlier in the night. He said they are feeling confident in speaking with voters out at the polls. They know that there there is this desire for change right now. They think it will be a good night for Republicans across the state, and they are starting to see that in some of the results tonight. And that would be following this trend that we've seen for a few years now. We haven't had a Democratic senator in North Carolina since 2008. The last person to do it, Harrigan. Also the same year that a Democratic presidential candidate won in an election here in North Carolina. So definitely a trend that could be continuing tonight. We've talked to Ted Budd earlier today in Mooresville when he was out at a polling place, and he said that a vote for Beasley is a vote for Biden and his policies, and that we really need a change to those policies right now when it comes to the economy and to inflation. He called Cheri Beasley a rubber stamp for Joe Biden, and we know that the economy and inflation really are those issues that people were worried about when they head to the polls today. Now, we know that Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson will be speaking here tonight, that Senator Tom Tillis will eventually introduce Congressman Budd when he is ready to make a speech tonight. Of course, everybody in this room hoping that will be a victory speech, but still millions more votes to be counted here tonight. But we will keep you updated as those come in. For now, live in Winston-Salem, Chloe Leschner, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much. So just to recap really quickly what we're seeing here as far as this U.S. Senate race out of North Carolina. Once again, 82% of precincts reporting. We've got Ted Budd still in the lead there, 51% of the votes, 47% of the votes going to Cheri Beasley. Still a lot more to be counted, but like we mentioned, the last couple of times we're checking in, there's still that 4 percentage point lead that Budd has over Beasley.
Let's check in with our Carolyn Bruck, who has been analyzing the impact and implications of this race. Carolyn?
All right, so let's take a look. You said it, 47% right now to almost 51% for Budd. The difference, it's pretty significant. Now, you remember early on in the night before the polls closed, it was in favor of Cheri Beasley, but now the tables have turned for sure. Let's bring in Scott Huffman, political science professor with Winthrop University. And Scott, you were saying that this is something that you predicted would happen.
Yeah, we expected the early leads to go to Beasley because the mail-in votes, those are the first ones that came out. And of course, the Democrats had an edge in mail-in votes, and they have for the past several elections. But it's important to note that the Democratic edge this time was not as strong as the Democratic edge in 2018, the last midterm election. So while we expected Beasley to be ahead with those votes early on, it wasn't as strong as it might have been. And so that really set the stage for a potential for, when the in-person voting came in, Budd to pick up most of that. And you look at several areas that you really need to get if you're a Democrat. We talked about Anson County, Scotland County, Richmond County, Robeson County. Those are places that Obama got, but also Biden got several of them. Those were places that needed to have strong Democratic turnouts and that Beasley really needed to pick up. And in fact, they're going for Budd.
Are you surprised that that the Democratic Party didn't send President Obama to North Carolina to try to even this out a bit more?
Well, what I'm surprised and what the National Democratic Party is going to get a lot of criticism for is Cheri Beasley did an amazing job of fundraising on her own.
Yeah.
But the National Party held back its money. It poured its money into other races, obviously, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and several others. But it could have poured its money into here. The question is, would it have made a difference? And if this 4 percentage point lead holds and Budd's victory does end up being a full 4 percentage point, then it's hard to argue that more money from the National Party could have made up that difference. You really need a razor-thin contest in order for the outside money to make a difference, unless the outside money is simply overwhelming.
All right, so let's take a look at these numbers right here, because the precincts reporting, we've got like 400 that are not. But at this point, we're pretty solid. We've got an 85% reporting, 74% is the estimated total vote. So you think this will hold, these numbers here?
Right now, the odds are that it's going to hold, that Budd will pull this out, but it's not looking great for Beasley. Beasley has to have a strong push from all of the remaining precincts, and that is not likely. It's not impossible, but at this point, it's not likely.
All right. Scott Huffman, always giving us good insight. Send it back to you guys, Fred and Vanessa.
All right, Carolyn, thank you. All right, well, another issue that we want to talk about here, local issue, the bond referenda. These are 3 separate bonds that were on the ballot for Charlotte voters to vote upon there. And you can see the Charlotte housing bond, 74% voted yes there. The CLT neighborhood improvement bond, 77% said yes. And the Charlotte transportation bond, 78% said yes. These are bonds and money that have to do with these capital investment plans that the city puts forward. These are timed spending on big projects. And essentially what happened tonight is the public said, yes, you may spend this amount of money on these projects. For example, $50 million on the ballot for the Housing Trust Fund. This is a fund the city has that is used to build and operate within affordable housing projects. They set aside the money already. It's already part of the budget, so they don't have to raise taxes to make all of this happen. So it's $50 million for the Housing Trust, $29.8 million for the neighborhoods. This is emerging high growth areas in need of connectivity to the rest of the city. They're spending that kind of money there. And then the biggest spending there, $146.2 million for funding streets, intersection projects, upgrades to traffic control systems and such, in a city really that is seeing 16 people estimated a day arrive to the Charlotte metro area. So,
and if it sounds like he knows what he's talking about, it's because he did extensive reporting on this leading up to it. So if you do want to learn more, I would encourage folks to see your reports that you put together that are going to be on our website, WCNC.com, to see what is all entailed.
It's a big impact on the city, and the big thing here, the silver lining that everyone who spoke up on this said, taxes will not be raised. This is a part of a capital investment plan over several years.
Okay, well, there you have it, folks. We'll obviously continue to track the numbers as they continue to come in some more. We know that the ballot counting is underway in North Carolina, but also South Carolina too.
Let's go to Lexi Wilson, who's joining us live from York County, where they are tallying ballots as we speak.
Well, that's correct, and it's really a long process, but it's also a process that's open to the public. All you have to do is bring your ID. As you can see, there are some people looking to see what some of the results are here in York County, but really election officials tell me it's a transparent process, and you can actually see the entire process play out right there on screen. There's video cameras in each room where some of those ballots are being tallied. Now, I do want to show you some video from earlier. Poll clerks left their precincts and brought back everything from the polling sites, including the votes from today. Election officials say they're aware of some concerns about voter fraud, but they say this process is extremely secure. Security measures aren't just limited to the ballot counting machines. All poll workers undergo security training as well as the workers who are working here tonight.
We have different types of seals that keep our equipment safe and secure, tamper evident. We know immediately if something has been tampered with. I haven't seen that happen.
Again, they haven't seen any tampering happening, so that's good to hear. But again, a lot of people are curious about this process, and election officials say they're very open about it, but they're going to continue counting those ballots, and we'll continue to follow this. Reporting live in South Carolina, I'm Lexi Wilson. Back to you guys.
Yeah, transparency so important for a lot of folks. Lexi, we really appreciate your updates there. And we know we got to turn our attention now to some more races. We're moving on to school board now, Union County.
Yeah, multiple school board seats up for grabs. Let's check in with Shamaria Morrison, who is the resident expert on this. You had all kinds of information and interviews leading up to tonight, and a lot of interesting developments this evening.
Yeah, there are. So let's start with Union County and the school board there. Yeah, there are a couple of seats that are open there, but they're just not as hotly contested as the ones over here in CMS's. But I will tell you how the voters are enthusiastic over voting on a kind of a referendum on whoever was, in charge when it came to virtual learning or masking. But just the demographics in Union County, a lot of those seats are going to be safe for who the incumbents are. But hey, that is not the same thing happening here in CMS. Actually, all of the incumbents in the races are really either behind in the polls or they are just neck and neck with these newcomers who are coming into the race. And this is what I was talking about earlier. You talked about some of those interviews I did leading up to this, and everyone talked about, hey, if there's a time to get into the race, it's right now, because a lot of people have their eyes on the elections here, the CMS election specifically in the Mecklenburg County area. I want to tell you about one race that does not have an incumbent, but looks like there is someone who's definitely in the lead, at least right now. Gregory D. Rankin, he's District 3. He's running against Stephen Rushing. Rankin, he has more than 70% of the vote right now. We know that all precincts aren't in, but I gave him a call just to see how he's feeling about this significantly that he has in the polls now. He said he didn't want to call it too early, but he feels good. He's prepping for a win. He says there's a lot of work to be done. He talked about some of those things that we talked about as well that's really on voters' minds when it comes to school board achievement scores, making sure that schools are safe. And he also brought a good perspective up about what his demographic is. So he is a black male who is running for school board, and we haven't seen a lot of that on the CMS school board, and so that gives him a different perspective. Black males within the CMS school system and school systems at large, they're actually underrepresented. So he said those are some of the things that he is going to be bringing into perspective if he does in fact win this race. But for now, live at CMS, Shamari Morrison, WCNC Charlotte.
Shay, thank you. We're going to take a quick break, and more of our coverage will continue after this.
You guys have worked so hard. I'm amazed by what's been done here. Working at the polls, I know a lot of you might still be coming in even. We're just so grateful and so thankful for you. It's just such a time to celebrate. Just honestly, even before the numbers, let's just celebrate you guys because, woo!
Who's ready to win? Now, this is the time where we just have to have fun, have faith, and remember that when Doug Mastriano, we wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to have Governor Mastriano. I am extremely thankful to be up on this stage with Doug and Rebby, but I'm more thankful for all of you. We could not do what we did without all of you. Thank you. The numbers that I'm starting to see, I don't know if you knew this, I was in 9 counties today. In all those 9 counties, what I heard and what I saw was the turnout was double and triple. And you know what that means? Red waves coming in, everybody. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Boss, what's the next step?
Wow. Like Benjamin Franklin said, if we don't hang together, right, we'll hang separately. We're gonna hang together. It's gonna be fantastic. Pennsylvania is the seed of the nation, a holy experiment. It's when the light of liberty was lit in 1776. What a legacy we have. A new birth of freedom in 1863. And then last but not least, let's not forget Flight 93, Todd Beamer. What did he say? Let's roll, Pennsylvania. Let's take this.
Thanks for staying with us for election night coverage. Jeff Jackson has won the District 14 race. This race happening in the newly formed district covering southern Mecklenburg and Gaston counties.
And WCNC Charlotte's Julia Kaufman live at his watch party in Charlotte. Julia, what did he have to say?
Hey, Vanessa, Fred, you heard it. Jackson won, and the room is exploding with energy tonight. They were chanting Jackson's name and just elated that North Carolina's 14th congressional district is blue. Now, Jackson says he is going to continue his narrative of honesty and decency. He called on people and politicians on both sides of the aisle to come together and talked about his mission to improve career opportunities, education, and affordable housing. Now, a reason why this race was so historic and a big deal tonight is because it's a new congressional district for North Carolina. Jackson also spoke on that, so let's take a listen.
Tonight's victory, as most of you know, is in a new district. One that's never existed, that's very rare. A new district is an opportunity for a new start, for a new generation, and for a new set of expectations.
Now, Jackson also thanked his Republican opponent, Pat Harrigan, calling him a good person who loves his country. He's still here in the room tonight speaking to his supporters, speaking to voters, so we're going to stick around. We'll check back in with you guys in a little bit.
Okay, Julia, thank you for that. And now to the other side of that race. As you mentioned, Pat Harrigan losing his bid for the 14th district.
Yeah, that's the projection we're seeing tonight. WCNC Charlotte's Jane Monreal is live there at the Harrigan camp to talk about what Harrigan had to say.
Vanessa and Fred, yeah, this place is emptying out as opposed to where Julia is in Charlotte. Here in Gastonia right now, Pat Harrigan holding his head up high after pretty much conceding to State Senator Jeff Jackson, now U.S. House Representative. And he pretty much started out by saying this was a calling from God, and you just can't argue that. And then he also spoke highly of Mr. Jackson. This is what he had to say.
Jeff was a formidable opponent, an excellent politician. And the Democratic Party didn't win this race for Jeff Jackson tonight. Jeff won this race despite it, which is a testament to his skill and capability.
Harrigan admits politics was never his trajectory. He's a businessman dealing in firearms manufacturing. He started out as a Green Beret, working with the Special Forces, a West Point grad and nuclear engineer, and he ended up in this position and was moved to help his children out and look for opportunities, talking about economy and inflation. Those were his priorities if he were to win a seat in Congress. So I asked him earlier if he's going to try to continue a career in politics, and he said, you know what, he's just going to follow the call wherever that may be next. Live in Gastonia, Jane Monreal, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, we'll be watching an exceptionally cordial race between these two.
A lot of civility we saw on both sides
Yeah.
after the projection came in.
Our election night coverage continues throughout this evening.
And be sure we're going to be back with more of our streaming coverage on WCNC Plus. So we hope to see you there. Once again, you can get that at Roku and Fire TV.
I'm not leaving you. I'm up there, they call it a war room, and I say it's a blessing. Now, I'm up there in this room that I've been blessed. So I'm ready. And I know you guys are ready as well. So, hey, God bless you guys. Let's just keep it going. God bless. Thank you guys so much.
was born, the nurses all gathered round, and they gazed in wide wonder at the joy they had found. The head nurse spoke up, said leave this one alone. She could tell right away that I was bad to the bone. Bad to the bone. Bad to the bone. Bad. Bad. Bad to the bone. I broke 1,000 hearts before I met you. I'll break 1,000 more, baby, before I am through. I wanna be yours, pretty baby, yours and yours alone. I'm here to tell you, honey, that I'm bad to the bone.
Hello and welcome to our special edition of midterm election coverage tonight here on our WCNC Plus and YouTube channel.
That's right. We thank you so much for sticking with us throughout the evening as we cover all these key races. In addition to our live team coverage, of course, we've got our political analysis from our expert, Scott Huffman, so we'll be checking in with him in just a bit. But we're talking about some of the races here.
Following several races, including the race in South Carolina for governor, Henry McMaster claiming victory once again in that race. Our Austin Walker is joining us live from the headquarters there, where we heard McMaster give a fiery speech, very excited speech earlier.
Yeah, Fred, you can call it a very fiery speech, some sing-song lyrics in there, but again, very, very happy altogether, a very happy Governor Henry McMaster reclaiming his seat as the South Carolina governor. Again, very happy taking down his Democratic opponent, Joe Cunningham. Again, looking at some data right there on your screen, you can see by how much he beat Cunningham right there. Again, not all the vote is in yet for the Palmetto State, but still votes are coming in, given that they are still coming in, but it is 58 for Governor Henry McMaster to 41 for Joe Cunningham. But again, now this is a very historic win for the state of South Carolina. If he completes his second term all the way through, then this means he would serve as governor for 10 years, longer than any other executive in the state's history. Now, throughout the campaign, McMaster has said he wants to continue the work that he started when he first took administration. Now, much of his campaign has been around the South Carolina economy. He's highlighted how he's kept South Carolina open during the COVID-19 pandemic. So many other states around the country have closed, saying that he is excited and happy to have South Carolina open and the economy is, quote, thriving, and he wants to continue to do more of that. But again, a lot of energy felt at the USC Alumni Center. A very happy Governor McMaster, and just take a listen to what he has to say.
We're on a good track right now. South Carolina's booming, and we're going to keep on booming. We're going to keep on booming, booming. And like that famous philosopher Tim McGraw said, also a country western singer, I like it, I love it, I want some more of it. Thank you.
I like it, I love it, I want some more of it. Now that is from Governor Henry McMaster as he again takes the seat back as South Carolina governor. A very exciting time for him. A lot of individuals here at the USC Alumni Center are very happy about the election results right here. We'll have more information coming throughout the night. We're live back here at 11 with more from Governor McMaster's watch party for more information on all the races around South Carolina, as well as the one in Charleston that Indira Esquiva has been following all day. You can head over to WCNC.com for the latest. But for now, reporting live tonight from Columbia, South Carolina, Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Austin, thank you for that. Yeah, the people in South Carolina obviously like it, love it, wanted more of it. Re-electing the governor.
That was a very unique speech. I don't know if I've ever heard.
That was from the heart. That's what we call a speech from the heart.
There,
from the
and
governor.
Obviously excited, a 17 percentage point lead that he has over his opponent right now, with 61% of the precincts reporting, and obviously a projection of a win right there.
There we go.
A much tighter race, though, in North Carolina.
That's right. Cheri Beasley fighting for a Senate seat there with her headquarters and campaign party underway in downtown Raleigh. That's where we find our Bree Harper, who is following the latest there. Bree?
Yeah, Fred and Vanessa, what a change of events tonight. When we first came to you guys around 7:30 after the polls had closed, Cheri Beasley had a pretty strong lead with those early voting results rolling in. But of course, as the night went on, more polling places reporting their results. Ted Budd quickly took the lead. I believe right now there's close to 90% polling places reporting, and he now has about 51% of that vote. So there's about a 130,000 different vote difference between the two candidates. But it may be hard to believe. You can see folks are still dancing enjoying the music, having a good time. They are still trying to maintain some sense of optimism in all of this. They are celebrating one win, of course, with Jeff Jackson winning the U.S. House. He's a Democrat. They're also just really proud of Cheri Beasley overall for getting this nomination. We said it all night. She has been the first African-American woman nominated for this role, so obviously a huge accomplishment. And so they are very proud of that, at least, and they're hoping that maybe they can pull out a win, they can get those last-minute votes in. But, of course, a tight race, so we'll continue to keep you guys updated throughout the night. For now, that's the very latest from downtown Raleigh. I'm Brianna Harper with WCNC Charlotte.
Bree, thank you. And yeah, so we continue to see this 4 percentage point lead that Ted Budd has, and even more precincts reporting at this time. We're seeing 86% now, so it's starting to get down to it.
Yeah, and it becomes harder and harder to overcome as more of those precincts return. Let's check in now with Ted Budd's headquarters there, his camp. We have our Chloe Leshner, who is standing by watching the mood there as more precincts come in and in support of Ted Budd.
Yeah, hey, Fred and Vanessa, a lot of excited energy here. They just clap and cheer every time a Republican race or a Republican wins a race across the country. Of course, Budd holding the lead here, but it is important to note that a lot of the precincts that have been reported are in some of those more rural counties. There's still several 100,000 votes to be counted in Wake County, so that definitely could change some of the numbers tonight. But we have talked a lot about inflation and the economy because, of course, that is top of mind for voters this election, but gun control and crime also important to many people. When it comes to crime, Ted Budd says that we need to stop the drug trade at the border. He supports building a border wall. And where Ted Budd has shown to be a bit more conservative than current Republican senators Richard Burr and Tom Tillis was earlier this year. Budd voted against a bipartisan bill on gun control introduced after the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. He's voiced concern about red flag laws. He says we need to keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people, but we still need to protect the Second Amendment rights. Now take a listen to what he told us in an interview a couple weeks ago.
You have to protect the Second Amendment while at the same time keeping firearms out of the hands of dangerous individuals. Those that are criminal and those that are known to be dangerous, perhaps have been mentally adjudicated. And I think if we do those two things, look, some legislation that I supported was fix NICS. Let's make sure that we know who those people are, and so that we keep them out of their hands. Because, again, no responsible firearms owner is ever in support of that.
So I mentioned Senator Tom Tillis before. We know that he is here tonight. He is showing his support. He will be introducing Congressman Ted Budd whenever he is ready to come out and make his speech. Of course, the people in this room hopeful that it will be a victory speech here tonight. But again, keeping a very close eye as those results continue to come in. For now, live in Winston-Salem, Chloe Leshner, WCNC Charlotte.
Chloe, thanks.
All right, and so we got to get over to Carolyn, who's been keeping an eye on all of those results coming in. And we really see the tail there on the map, the tail of this race.
I mean, you see it right here, the majority of it red, and the gap between the two is getting even bigger. So let's bring in Scott Huffman. He's a political science professor from Winthrop University. We've been watching this. You've been watching this closely all night. What are your thoughts?
It's playing out like you would expect if the Democrats were going to have a difficult night. This is not a good sign for Democrats across the rest of the nation. If you look at the governor's race in South Carolina, a generic Republican beats a generic Democrat by 10 points, and it looks like Joe Cunningham is losing by 17. And so in this Senate race, Budd is up by 4 percentage points, and it's holding. And while Cheri Beasley was able to get more of the metropolitan areas, the cities, some of the cities she did not win by the numbers she needed. She won Wilmington, for example, or, the county, but she did not win the county by an overwhelming amount. That's New Hanover County. So she needed to pick up small counties where the Democrats have shown strength before, and she needed to win in the cities and the urban counties by an overwhelming amount, and she did not do that.
Let's take a look at some of the areas she did win. So in our area, we're looking at Mecklenburg County. This isn't a surprise here, 65% to 33%. What does this say, though, about North Carolina as a state and really the political division?
Well, North Carolina is no longer really that much of a purple state. As of the last election and this election, it's really back to a reddish state with a few blue dots. Some of those blue dots are pale blue dots and some of them are stronger. Charlotte is obviously one of those stronger blue dots. The divisions in America have been growing over time between rural and urban, and the politicization of urban politics and the polarization between urban and rural voters and increasingly suburban and those ex-urban folks that are one level behind the suburbans but commute in. Those geographical differences have been playing out in these last two elections, and we can see it playing out here in a way that Bud was able to take advantage of.
Now, you talked about the blue dots, so I'm going to change this a little bit. We're going to change it like this, and you can see the different degree of just how blue areas are and just how red areas are. The two places that are the strongest for Beasley, the Democrat here, are, you can see Orange County here and Durham County, but that really is it.
Yeah, it's, again, her victories needed to be overwhelming in those urban areas, and they weren't. And she needed to pick up some of those PD region areas where Democrats have done well in the past. And Bud just was able to, his campaign really pounded on Beasley. Some of his ads were really tough. Beasley definitely could have used some more outside money, but looking at the way the races nationally are beginning to play out in favor of the Republicans, I'm not sure anything but an overwhelming spending spree could have made the difference.
So this is looking like it's shaping up to be Ted Budd in this U.S. Senate race. Let's send it to Michelle Bowden. Michelle's been looking at the balance of power across the country. You're in the digital center. So what do you see in there, Michelle?
Hang on one sec, because I am just now trying to get to the page where I'm able to watch all the races. All right, here we go. So there are some big things to talk about right now, some numbers that are coming in. First, I want to tell you, Colorado, that Senate seat has been declared for the Democrat candidate. That was one of the 9 or 10 races people were keeping a close eye on tonight. Also, we told you earlier in the evening, Florida also declared for the Republican Marco Rubio. Not a huge surprise there. Here's some interesting things that are starting to come in, though. In Arizona, with 56.1% Democrat Mark Kelly. That is just 40% of the polls reporting, but right now Mark Kelly still in the lead. Here's one a lot of people are watching, and this one 72% of precincts are reporting at this point. We're talking about the race in Georgia. That is where Herschel Walker is currently leading, but listen to these numbers, 49.4%. Remember, Georgia is one of those states where they've got to win a majority, so it's got to be 50 plus 1, or they go to a runoff. That runoff won't be scheduled until December 6th. So that's a race a lot of people are watching. And remember, at this point, 72% of precincts reporting Herschel Walker, 49.4%, the Republican leading right now against incumbent Raphael Warnock. So another race that we're watching closely, New Hampshire, 54.4%. That is the Democratic candidate leading. Only 35% of the polls, though, in right now. North Carolina, of course, we've been talking about all night. We know that Ted Budd is leading. That's another one. A lot of people had their eye on that, thinking that was the potential for the Democrats to take that seat for the first time in a decade. So a lot happening right now. Not too many races are called, but we do know, remember, 50-50 in the Senate. The Republicans need just one seat to flip to take control back. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you. And this is just what we had anticipated in terms of at least having some really tight races to follow beyond this evening.
I was going to say, right, election week or
month,
maybe even longer. We'll be watching it. It's time for a quick break.
All right.
Jeff Jackson. So this is another projected winner here. Let's get over to his speech.
This is one of the biggest nights for our families' lives. And for you to be here and to share this moment with you is an absolute privilege and a joy, and I'm so grateful for all of you. There are hundreds of elections all across the state where votes are being counted and the outcome has not been determined. But in our race, we know the outcome. And it is the honor of a lifetime to tell you that we have won. Oh, I felt good to say. Good to say. When you run for office, you learn how many people it really takes to help you win. How many people have to come together, and it starts with family. And you all just got to see mine, my wife of 10 years, Marissa Jackson is right here. Our kids, Hayden, Owen, and Avery are here. I think some of you may have seen Avery on TV saying, "Vote for my dad." I'm so glad you took her advice. Campaigning is as hard on the family as it is on the candidate. And when you do something like this, you learn how strong your family really is. We made a decision to run as a family. We ran as a family, and now we have won as a family. Campaign team, they're all here with you right now. This is the hardest working group of young people you've ever met. They just did 7 days a week for 9 months straight. They stayed focused, they stayed positive, they stayed pretty cheerful, and they stayed united. Team, we simply would not have won without you. I am so grateful. Please join me in thanking our campaign team. And I want everyone here to know about our amazing volunteers, because so many volunteers are here with us tonight. Because of you, we reached tens of thousands more voters than we otherwise would have reached. You were the grassroots army for this campaign, and it worked. And finally, I want to thank my opponent, Pat Harrigan. Pat Harrigan is a good person. He ran a good campaign. He decided to step forward and run, which is not easy, for the same reasons that he joined the military and served overseas. It's because he loves our country and he wants what's best for it. Please join me in thanking my opponent. Tonight's victory, as most of you know, is in a new district. One that's never existed, that's very rare. A new district is an opportunity for a new start, for a new generation, and for a new set of expectations. I want to use this office to do important things for the people who live here, and that's not a short list. There are a lot of things that need to be done, but I want to do that work in a way that raises your expectations about what you deserve from people in this position, because your expectations are really low. They've never been lower. And that's a problem, because there are elements of this job that have never been more important. I believe that we are still in a moment unlike any of us has seen in our lifetimes, where there are strong political forces that would end your power as voters if it meant they never had to concede another election, if it meant power for them in perpetuity. Raising your expectations starts with being honest with you about this moment that we're in, and then telling you what we're going to do about it, and here's what we're going to do about it. We're going to start by making explicit our commitment to certain basic principles like honesty and decency, principles that should have nothing to do with partisanship. All right. Yeah. But that's not enough, because as far apart as we are today, we have to come back together. We have to. One of the ways we're going to do that is by seeing a shared future that we want to achieve more than we want to fight each other. And that means, in addition to the day-to-day back and forth of politics, people in my position have to do a better job of laying out a positive vision for our future. Something that we can see and believe in and almost grasp. And it doesn't have to be complicated. How about this? Let's have a country where all of our children can read well. Let's live in a country where young people can find careers that will let them raise a family, and where those families can afford to buy a home, and where that home is in the town where they work. And where that home is energy independent, and when someone in that family gets sick, they can get taken care of without running the risk of losing that home. That is not the country we live in right now, but it can be. And that's a positive vision that most people can get behind. It's a vision we can accomplish this decade. And imagine if we did, the dramatic upgrade that it would mean for our country. None of those goals are radical. None of them are partisan. They are simple and positive and fundamentally about giving you more control over your lives. Because if you march out into this life and you can't read well, other people are going to end up controlling your life for you. If you can't afford a home in the town where you work, you just lost control over something really important, because now you are renting or commuting forever. And if our homes are energy independent, then we can tell the oil companies and the oil countries that they don't get to control our lives anymore. And I'll tell you how we get it done. The biggest thing that we can do to actually achieve the future we want, give you as voters more power. Give you more power. Politicians have done everything they
And you're listening to Jeff Jackson speak,
from
his
you.
speech saying tonight's victory is in a new district, offering an opportunity for a new start and a new set of expectations, basically vowing to up the expectation for elected officials in that seat.
Yeah, we heard that in that speech, and obviously making reference to this newly created district. So this is that District 14. We saw that came about from this latest census and the growth that we've seen in the state, and this new district that was added. In with Alma Adams, who is currently addressing folks right now, the projected winner or of this House District 2. So let's listen into what she has to say.
And for the rest of the 117th Congress, and after the new Congress is sworn in January, on January 3rd. But going forward, I believe that we all need to work together if we are a divided government. I'm not calling that yet either, but we just don't know. But as the most senior Democrat member of North Carolina's delegation in the 118th Congress, I will continue to work with both sides of the aisle on our district priorities. And so Charlotte's region has some great challenges, including housing and hunger and health care and higher education and the economy, and they are not partisan issues, and they've never been partisan issues. So there's a lot that we can and must do and accomplish together. And I pledge to you that I will continue to work to make sure that that happens for our district. I do encourage everyone to take the passionate intensity, and clearly I've seen it throughout early vote and even today, that we felt over the past few weeks, and to recommit to the pursuit of justice for all Americans, because I believe that that's what not only we need, but what we want. And so the work is not over, and I'm going to continue to give my all for every resident of the 12th Congressional District. And let me just remind you that the current district will, the current Congress, will return to the Capitol next week to finish the work of the 117th Congress. I'm going to represent the 12th District under its current boundaries, which includes Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, Davidson, Cornelius, Huntersville, Mint Hill, and parts of Pineville and Matthews. That's the current district. And for the remainder of the 117th Congress, I will continue to serve as Vice Chair of the House Agriculture Committee, Chair of the Workforce Protection Subcommittee of the House of Education and Labor, and I will serve continuously as a member of Financial Services. Once the new Congress gets into place, I'm sure other committees and new committees may be assigned. But after I'm sworn into the 118th Congress on January 3rd, 2023, I will begin representing communities in Cabarrus County, and I will continue to represent the majority of the people that I currently represent in Charlotte and Mecklenburg County. You all know that Mecklenburg, Charlotte in particular, our city, was divided in half. And so many of the residents who I have right now, some of them I will not have, and I will continue to have others. And as I said, Cabarrus County will be included. And so it has been a true honor for me to represent North Carolina's 12th District for the past 4 terms, 8 years in the U.S. Congress. And I really, truly look forward to working for you and with you for the next 2 years. I do want to thank my daughter and granddaughter for coming all this way from Greensboro. I call her Principal Lindsay. As I have worked in education for 40 years, she is actually following my path, and I'm really proud of that. And so I just want you to know that I am a stakeholder representative. What matters to you continues to matter to me. So I thank you so very much, and all of my staff who are here, not only my campaign folks, but also my congressional staff members. Many of them are here, and I thank you all so very much for your support. And listen, we're looking for some good results tonight. We don't have all of the returns in yet, but we're going to continue to watch and be prayerful. And I thank you so very much for Miss Mother. Thank you.
All right, and of course, hearing there from Representative Alma Adams talking about how it's been an honor for her to serve her constituents. And as we mentioned, as we were sending it out to her, announcement there, NBC News, Associated Press projecting that she will be the winner here in this House 12 race. 54% of the precincts reporting here, close to 66% of the vote going to Alma Adams so far.
And she's served since 2014 and has served in office for a very long time, from the Greensboro City Schools, the Greensboro City Council, the General Assembly, and now the U.S. Congress.
We saw so many of you flocking to the polls, and now we are starting to see some race results.
We have live team coverage in North and South Carolina, from Winston-Salem to Raleigh to Columbia and Charleston, and of course around the Charlotte area. Our reporters are standing by. And here in our studio, we have even more team members and analysts watching for the close races and the upsets.
And speaking of close races, we've got a lot to get to tonight and talk about one of the biggest races on the docket, the race for the North Carolina Senate seat. We are seeing here Republican incumbent Ted Budd facing off against Democrat Cheri Beasley, still with a lead in Carolyn. It looks like it's getting down to it as far as those precincts reporting.
Certainly so. All right, so let's take a look at this. Beasley versus Budd. Now, in the beginning of the night, before the precincts were closed, Beasley had a lead. It was a big lead. But like predicted, you can see that Budd now is going away with it. He is taking, I'm on this camera. You know, live TV, it happens. Okay, so you can see that Bud is in the lead, and it's presumed that he will win. We're talking about a four-point lead here. So take a look at this. This is really telling the story of everything. You got the red and you got the blue. Now, they're strongholds. But if you look at the blue areas, this is where Beasley has the stronghold. There are only 2 of them in Orange County and also in Durham County. So we're going to continue to look at this, but it is looking like Ted Budd, the Republican there, is going to end up with that Senate seat. Guys?
All right, watching it closely. Thank you, Carolyn. And now that we are updated on the numbers there, let's go ahead and check in with our crews in the field. We have team coverage of both candidate headquarters right now.
Yeah, we want to start off with Chloe Leshner, who's standing by in Winston-Salem with the Budd campaign. So how is the mood right now, Chloe, with this lead that we're seeing so far?
Hey, Vanessa, this is actually a rare moment of quiet. I mean, there has just been a buzz of excitement and really positive energy here all night. Anytime that they bring up the results, there's just a loud eruption of cheers. People just really feeling excited and confident with the results so far. Let's take a look at the latest numbers again. So Budd has been holding the lead as soon as they started getting those election day votes in. And at this point, he really seems to have a solid enough lead to take it, but still waiting, of course, for that race to be called. Congressman Budd has acknowledged that these races are often close in North Carolina, many times determined by just a few percentage points like what we are seeing tonight. But the last few elections, we have seen Republicans win here in North Carolina, and Budd has the support of big hitters. Former President Donald Trump endorsed him, former Vice President Mike Pence campaigned with him last week, and Senator Lindsey Graham joined him in Charlotte last month. Members of the party are hopeful this race will help them regain control of the U.S. Senate. I spoke with the North Carolina GOP chairman, Michael Whatley, earlier tonight. Take a listen to what he had to say.
We're feeling really good, really excited about what we're seeing right now in the numbers, really excited about what we've seen in the field. You know, I hit all 100 counties over the last several months, and the excitement for change is very real, and people want to be able to rein in this Biden agenda.
He also said that they are optimistic it will be a good night for Republicans across the state. We know that Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson will be speaking here at one point tonight, and that Senator Tom Tillis will be introducing Congressman Budd whenever he is ready to make his speech. Of course, people in this room very hopeful that it will be a victory speech sometime soon. Live in Winston-Salem, Chloe Leshner, WCNC Charlotte.
Okay, Chloe, thank you for that. And now let's head over to Raleigh to check in with Brianna Harper. She is currently at the Beasley HQ. Brianna, what's going on behind you?
Yeah, Fred, you would never imagine, but these folks are still optimistic. Despite what we just saw on the screen, MSNBC reporting that Beasley is down more than 145,000 votes, this crowd remains optimistic. They're just celebrating the wins in itself, Cheri Beasley being nominated as the first African-American woman for this race. She's also able to raise almost 3 times as much money as Ted Budd's campaign, so there's certainly a lot of support surrounding her. We actually spoke to a Charlotte resident who made her way from Charlotte to Raleigh. She said she had been campaigning for Cheri all across the state, and despite what the numbers are saying, she and others are remaining optimistic. Take a listen.
She connects with people, and just to be a black woman in that role, it gives other young women that are in college, that are in preschool, that are coming up and say, hey, I got my eyes on Cheri Beasley. If she do it, I can do it too. But again, restoring hope, knocking on the doors, getting back that vote for the people that just giving up. I think so many people give up because they hear so much from people making promises and they don't keep them. It's very unfortunate in that situation, but we're going to be hopeful with Cheri because we knocked on doors and she delivers on her promises. So I am Team Cheri Beasley all day. Tijuana Brown from Charlotte, North Carolina. We're going to win this race. I'm hopeful. You still have a lot of people here. The energy is up. We're not giving up.
So gotta love the positivity there. And of course, this race is much bigger than just North Carolina. It could ultimately decide what party controls the U.S. Senate. So North Carolina, all eyes on us, of course, to see what winner may come out on top. And we're keeping an eye out on Beasley herself to see when she may make an appearance here at the election night party. For now, that's the very latest from downtown Raleigh. Brianna Harper, WCNC Charlotte.
We're at a high level of optimism there. Thank you, Brianna. We've been watching another highly contested race in North Carolina. That's the fight for the state's new 14th district. And now we want to get over to Jeff Jackson's camp.
Yes, we are seeing Jeff Jackson face off against Republican Pat Harrigan, but it looks like Jackson here, the projected winner of this race. And WCNC Charlotte's Julia Kaufman is live in Charlotte to talk about the mood and certainly a big night for the folks there in that room.
Certainly is, Vanessa. Fred, the room is just now starting to clear out, although I believe State Senator Jeff Jackson is still here talking to reporters. People were excited. The room was exploding with energy because as of right now, with 96% of precincts reporting, Jeff Jackson is the projected winner of the 14th congressional district. He secured 57% of the votes so far. And you may remember about a year ago, he withdrew his bid for the U.S. Senate and endorsed Cheri Beasley. Tonight, he is certainly glad that he did. Now, Jackson called his win a rare opportunity to change the expectations in politics since the 14th district is new. He says he plans to focus on improving career and education opportunities, affordable housing, and expanding health care. He also called on politicians and people on both sides of the aisle to come together.
As far apart as we are today, we have to come back together. We have to. One of the ways we're going to do that is by seeing a shared future that we want to achieve more than we want to fight each other.
Jackson also thanked his Republican opponent, Pat Harrigan, for a good campaign, calling him a good person who loves his country. In Charlotte, Julia Kaufman, WCNC.
All right, Julia, thank you. Meanwhile, our Jane Monreal standing by at Pat Harrigan's headquarters. Jane, this has to be one of the more cordial races that we've seen in the entire country.
Well, Fred, I think they might contest that during the race itself. It was kind of getting contentious at times. And then tonight, though, both saying that each opponent was quite formidable. Pat Harrigan conceding shortly after the precincts were coming in, showing that State Senator Jeff Jackson was going to win the 14th district. But the owner here of Legacy Event Center is pretty much just staying up for us as this place has quieted down. Everyone has left the Gaston County GOP viewing party. And then this is what Pat had to say about moving forward as America.
We have far too many politicians in Washington and not enough leaders. Remember, politicians are worried about winning the next election. Leaders concern themselves with the next generation. How do we fix it? It's a simple answer. Leadership.
Harrigan had said that economy and abortion and inflation and all of the issues that are important to voters can be solved with good leadership. As far as his own future goes in politics, this was never his trajectory, he said. So as far as trying to pursue this as a career, that is still to be undecided, still to be decided, I should say. But right now he said that he ran his race and has no regrets. Live in Gastonia, Jane Monreal, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Jane, thank you so much. And so, yeah, we got to talk about this particular race some more, not just the numbers we're seeing, but also just the fact that this is a new district. Yeah, our Carolyn Brook has more on the analysis of this race with information on the touchboard there. Carolyn?
Yeah, so let's talk about it. So this is the 14th district. It's the brand new one. 2020 census said our population is growing because, as we know, it is. So we have this new district, and it's really a tale of two counties for the 14th district. We've got Mecklenburg County here and then Gaston County there, and you can see it's split. Red for the Republicans and blue for the Democrats. This area, Mecklenburg County, though, the population size is much bigger than what we see in Gaston County. So we want to bring in Scott Huffman, who is a political science professor with Winthrop University. So this district, brand new, and the way that the lines were drawn were on purpose. It was intentional.
It was, but I don't think the Republicans necessarily thought that the House races would play out exactly as they did. This is going to definitely be a pickup for the Democrats. We have a brand new congressional district, so they get it, and the Republicans are denied it. But there may also be a pickup in Ted Budd's old district in the 13th. So that would, as you and I were looking at beforehand, take the congressional delegation for the House in North Carolina from 8 Republicans and 5 Democrats to 7 of each. And a lot of that comes down to the success in the 14th district for the Democrats.
So as we take a look at this is an area in Raleigh. So we're talking about, you can see it's 3 parts for Republicans, 1 for the Democrats. And yes, this was Ted Budd's old seat. So going back to 14, the lines are drawn this way. We've got this rep. Is there a chance that this district could then shift or be changed in the future?
Well, I mean, it could be changed after the next census, but the voting patterns could shift as the suburbs grow into Gaston County. That's what you're going to be looking for to see a change. The more suburbs come in, the more Republican leaning it gets. It's already Republican leaning, but the population difference is so massive. However, no matter how fast those suburbs grow, Charlotte City proper is growing leaps and bounds, and it doesn't look to slow down anytime soon. So given those two dynamics, it doesn't look like it'll be switching in the next election cycle or even the one after.
So it is a Democrat area right now, and you can see that with Jeff Jackson winning. I'll send it back to you guys. Vanessa, Fred.
This is how it feels to live blissfully, to live mindfully. When you have a health partner who doesn't just treat part of you, they care for all of you. That's why more people prefer Atrium Health, because unrivaled care is easier, more accessible, and more complete than ever before, so that you can enjoy more of the moments you love. That's what it means to live wonderfully, to live joyfully, to live
on select Sierra light-duty models. The Internet of Things is evolving, creating the Internet of You. And Spectrum, America's leading internet provider, is bringing you seamless connectivity across all your devices. Introducing Spectrum One, Spectrum Internet with speeds of 300 megabits, advanced Wi-Fi, and Spectrum Mobile Unlimited, all for just $49.99 a month. Call 833-673-4999. Spectrum Internet delivers the fastest speeds in the nation for smoother surfing, streaming, gaming, and more. Advanced Wi-Fi provides enhanced security and privacy that automatically blocks threats to protect all of your devices. And Spectrum Mobile gives you unlimited talk, text, and data with reliable nationwide 5G coast to coast. Switch now. Call 833-673-4999. At Spectrum, it's not just about connecting things, it's about connecting you. Get it all with Spectrum One, Spectrum Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and 1 line of Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for $49.99 a month. Call 833-673-4999 or visit a Spectrum store today.
Arby's, 2 for $7 every day. Oh, creamy ranch. Oh, melty Swiss. Oh, roasty beef. 2 of those things for just $7. Arby's, we have the meat.
Time to pay up. After 2.5 years of deferrals, pandemic relief loans for small businesses are coming due.
We haven't been able to really recover.
Where's the Money investigates options for businesses still fighting to thrive. WCNC Charlotte Wednesday at 6. The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Welcome back. We want to take a look now at some of those Palmetto state-based races. And as you can see here, with 62% of the vote, Tim Scott projected to retain this U.S. Senate seat representing South Carolina. You'll recall he was running against Democrat Crystal Matthews.
Our Indira Skiva joins us now down in Charleston at Scott's campaign headquarters.
Yeah, well, this race was called minutes after polls closed tonight here in South Carolina. Incumbent Senator Tim Scott defeated his Democratic challenger, Crystal Matthews.
God bless South Carolina.
Scott has been in Congress since 2013, though the AP reports he doesn't plan to run again after this term ends. In his speech tonight, Scott did hint at a possible presidential run in the future, but did not say anything concrete about his plans. He also voiced support for police, as well as building a wall on the southern border.
Is America finished yet? The answer is no. We have work to be done. We are the city on the hill. We are the beacon in the midst of the darkness. We have a responsibility given to us by God, and we will finish our work.
Scott also voiced support for single mothers. At one point, he brought his own mom on stage and gave her a bouquet of flowers. The audience cheered when he did that, preparing Scott for another 6 years in Congress. In Charleston, Indira Esquiva, WCNC Charlotte.
Nadir, thank you. Also in the Palmetto State, Governor Henry McMaster will lead South Carolina for another 4 years, it appears. And tonight he beat Democratic candidate Joe Cunningham.
Yep, that's according to those projections we're seeing here in WCNC Charlotte's Austin Walker joining us live from Governor McMaster's watch party in Columbia. We certainly saw a celebration and a lot of exuberance from the governor there in his speech tonight, Austin.
Yeah, you could say the least for that. I think it was more of a pretty big explosion of happiness right there. But again, Governor McMaster having a very, very good day, he says. Obviously reclinching his spot as South Carolina governor, defeating Democratic challenger Joe Cunningham. Like we said, the watch party has been full of excitement all day long. People very, very happy about the outcome of this year's election. Now, again, looking at what this looks like for right now, this is a historic win for South Carolina and the Palmetto State. Because again, if he completes this second term, McMaster would serve as governor for a total of 10 years, longer than any other executive in the state's history. Now, throughout the campaign, he's been very happy and excited and very much into what he's been talking about when it comes to the economy, saying that throughout his administration, it's been booming, saying that throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, he allowed jobs to be created. While a lot of other states closed down, South Carolina stayed open. But again, very excited time for Governor Henry McMaster as he takes the podium, and here's what he had to say.
We're on a good track right now. South Carolina's booming, and we're going to keep on booming. We're going to keep on booming. And like that famous philosopher Tim McGraw said, also a country western singer, I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Thank you.
I like it, I love it, I want some more of it. That's pretty much what you have to mic drop it at this point. Governor McMaster extremely excited once again, taking back his seat as South Carolina governor, defeating Democratic nominee Joe Cunningham. But for now, reporting live tonight from Columbia, Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
Austin, thank you. And it sounds like we have a new projection to share from NBC News.
NBC News projecting the U.S. Senate race between Cheri Beasley and Ted Budd for Budd. Again, that's a projection from NBC News there with 51% for Ted Budd.
All right, we got much more to come. We're also going to be talking about weather. I promise we won't leave you hanging with that forecast.
More after the break.
There are 50,000 ER visits each year
because of carbon monoxide.
We don't want your family to experience that.
That's why we're coming to your home
to inspect your furnace and make sure your family stays safe this winter.
Family is everything.
Family is everything.
Whoa, Mom, is this your new Buick?
It's our new Buick.
Mom, my phone's almost dead.
Put it on the wireless charger.
I forgot to submit my essay.
Use your Buick's Wi-Fi and upload it now.
Did you know Iggy can change color? He gets up on his hind legs. Mom, where's Iggy?
I think I know where he is.
Buick Enclave, the family SUV designed around you.
Get 3.99% APR for 72 months and no monthly payments until 2023 on this Buick Enclave. Buick, a proud sponsor of the Carolina Panthers.
There was a time when the spirit of the season embraced us in its welcoming glow, when wondering eyes widened with enchantment, and with every tinkling bell, another cherished memory was made. There was a time that brought us closer to one another and to our better selves. It was a most wonderful time. It was Christmas, this Christmas, at Biltmore. When night falls, Biltmore glows. Thursday Night Football, only on Prime Video.
the Falcons, the Panthers.
To the end zone, touchdown.
Two division rivals, Marcus Mariota, DJ Moore.
Look at that, into the end zone.
Squaring off in the NFC South.
Win on three, 1, 2, 3. Win.
It's the Atlanta Falcons and the Carolina Panthers.
Fires, caught, touchdown.
Thursday Night Football.
Only on Prime Video.
Are you ready for new furniture? Are you ready to save? Ready for the best finance offer around? Then shop the Rooms to Go holiday sale now and get this 60-month interest-free financing. That's right, we've still got it. The chance to save on new furniture and enjoy it while you spread your small monthly payments out over 60 months with no worries about interest. Remember, you get both low prices and interest-free financing now during the Rooms to Go holiday sale.
Mr. Jenkins told me.
Carbon monoxide leaks are the worst part of the heating season.
But we are safety experts. Let us certify your furnace family safe.
A safe family is a happy family.
We know we have families too.
Two Kings Casino is a sponsor of WCNC Charlotte Sports.
All right, welcome back. The good news is I felt like folks had some good weather if they had to stand in line at the polls.
But now the temperature is dropping.
Yes, guys, it is getting much colder out there for tonight, and then we have rain to wrap up this week. Yes, there's lots to talk about, so let's get right to it. Nonetheless, it is still nice and clear out there for tonight. Temperatures at 55 coming in into Queen City, but once you wake up tomorrow morning, have those coats ready. Here's what you're up against. Temperatures in the mid-40s to start off your day. In the mountains, just above the freezing mark at 34 degrees. But we'll make a nice comeback for tomorrow afternoon. Not as warm as what we had today with those temperatures in the 70s. So we'll be in the mid-60s, but we'll have some sunshine out there for tomorrow. Now let's talk about Tropical Storm Nicole, because it is continuing to intensify. It is borderline a Category 1 hurricane now, with max sustained winds at 70 miles per hour. So it is knocking on the door of becoming a hurricane. Late in the season, we're approaching the end of hurricane season by the end of this month, so we are dealing with a late season storm likely to make landfall on the east coast of Florida coming up on Thursday, making its way over land and bringing widespread showers to the Carolinas. So let's move forward here with the forecast. So tomorrow, Wednesday, another dry day. Thursday, we'll split it in half. The first half of your day is going to be dry. You'll see the clouds moving in. You're thinking, okay, something is about to happen. Yeah, start making plans and have a plan B, because the rain comes in late Thursday. Friday could be a washout. You will find some breaks in some of those rain bands, but I am anticipating more of those heavier showers and widespread. 2 to 4 inches possible. Wind gusts, perhaps not tropical storm force, but we could have some gusty winds, and also the beaches could take a beating. We're talking about beach erosion as well as some of that overwash, especially during high tide. The 7-day forecast shows our best rain chances sandwiched between Thursday and Friday, and then the weekend, sunny skies, but much cooler headed into Sunday. We'll be back after the break.
It's a pretty tight spot.
Watch this.
Your Buick Park said so. That's so you.
Of course you know where we're going. That's so you.
I got a 6th sense.
And a head-up display.
They're here.
You brought all these players in your Buick?
Yep.
So you.
It is. At the heart of every Buick SUV is you.
Get 3.99% APR for 72 months and no monthly payments until 2023 on these Buick SUV models. Buick, ranked #1 brand in the industry for new vehicle quality.
Warrior 1, Warrior 2. Instant jackpot.
Okay, downward dog. Upward dog.
Tree pose.
Dragonfly. Okay, give gratitude to your mind, your body, and you get it.
Namaste.
Fast Play. Instantly win the growing jackpot now. Like now.
When you buy some of the best-selling equipment in America, the relationship doesn't just end at the showroom floor. You become part of something bigger, a dedicated parts and certified service team that will keep you productive from day one. Equipment backed by our standard warranty and the Orange Protection Program for extended peace of mind. And a Kubota family that has your back every step of the way. Ask about how we can keep your Kubota running like a Kubota.
Find a Kubota dealer near you at gokubota.com.
and she swung happily ever after. But before that, before she celebrated with her pediatrician, specialists, and care team, before her life-saving transplant, before her family's first visit to the only best children's hospital in the region, once upon a time, there was a family who thought all was lost. Until they found Atrium Health Levine Children's. More happily ever afters start here.
It's little hands that make a big splash. A little bit of pride after a great big slide. It's a little family time, a little bonding, and all the biggest laughs. It's the little things that make the biggest impressions. Wilderness, a big world made up of little moments. Plan your vacation at wildernessatthesmokies.com.
Chevy Silverado. It's got the power you want and the capability you need to do the job, so you can get to the important work. Find new moments, find new roads. Get $1,500 total cash allowance on all 2022 Silverado pickups with a 2.7-liter turbo engine. Plus, unlock your code to claim $500 Chevy CyberCash. Visit ChevyCyberCash.com today.
Welcome back. Not to be lost in all of the nationwide races that we've been watching. We got some local school board races to talk about too. Seats up for grabs and really playing a big part in your child's education potentially. Looking at CMS District 1, we saw a big surprise there.
WCNC Charlotte's Shamaria Morrison joins us now with the latest on this race.
It looks like the District 1 seat is not going to the incumbent, Rhonda Cheek. She has conceded the race to her opponent, which is Melissa Easley. She is the Democrat running in this race, and she's also a newcomer to the race. She is a former CMS teacher, so she is just removed from the classroom. Rhonda Cheek was the Republican in that race. She was known as the moderate vote, a lot of times voting with her Democratic colleagues, although the school board elections in North Carolina are nonpartisan, but we've seen a lot of partisanship when it comes to school board races. And I spoke to each of those candidates. Rhonda says she's excited for Easley to potentially take over this seat, and Easley tells me that she is ready to hit the ground running because now she believes she will be the District 1 elect representative. Shamaria Morrison for WCNC Charlotte.
The winter sun. It's a ticking clock where shorter days mean a precious countdown has begun. So chase the sun and seize the season, because when the days are at their shortest, it's on us to make them the fullest.
Get $1,000 purchase allowance on a 2023 Cadillac XT5 and XT6. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
Canty can fix your sinking sidewalks, driveways, and pool decks safely. Get a faster, affordable alternative to your sinking concrete today. Call Canty Foundation Specialists for your free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
Find It Duke can help you figure out which contractors may be right for your home improvement job and which ones aren't. To qualify for Find It Duke, pros must be insured, background check, and inspected for quality assurance. We go beyond star ratings to provide trusted referrals. And even offer rebates. To find a better contractor, just say Find It Duke.
Yep, we've got you covered. Sell, buy home loans, OfferPad can help you do it all. In fact, we can bundle everything for you. Sell this home, buy your next, and include a home loan. You could save thousands.
Can you tell our son he needs to find his own place?
You made me. I am your son. Do you even love me anymore? Who's gonna make me breakfast?
No matter what your real estate need is, OfferPad can help you with literally almost everything. OfferPad, your all-in-one way to sell, buy, mortgage a home.
When you work for a plan as good as Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, you kind of feel bad for the other guy.
Will your plans let me see a specialist without a referral?
You bet.
How about for lab work?
Double yes.
Could my family pay $0 per month?
Yes.
How about a wide choice of doctors and some free visits?
I really need to lower my costs.
We've got you covered for maternity care and zero copay for preventive care, virtual visits, and many prescriptions.
Really?
Yes. Remember to enroll by December 15th to start the new year with a Yes plan. Choose wisely. Choose blue. Call 1-888-790-8253 or visit yesplanbluenc.com for free information. With a subsidy, you could pay as little as $0 a month.
Giving feels good. Join your Honda dealers of the Carolinas in supporting Toys for Tots. Just drop off an unwrapped toy at your local Honda dealer and we'll do the rest. Find a drop-off location near you at carolinahondadealers.com.
Cardinal Environmental, call us. If you have bugs, you won't have them for long.
Right now on WCNC Charlotte at 11:30, our election coverage continues. WCNC Charlotte is your headquarters for all things Decision 2022. Let's get started with the big races here.
Yes, so let's start in North Carolina. That race for the Senate seat, which we just told you moments ago, projected by NBC News to go to Ted Budd. We've got, of course, the Republican facing off against the Democrat, Cheri Beasley. Our team coverage starting with the Beasley campaign side and our own Brianna Harper, who's been there all evening. So, Bree, what is the mood like here where you are in Raleigh?
Well, Vanessa, the music is still continuing here, but the crowd has certainly cleared out a little bit here at the Beasley campaign. MSNBC just reported that Ted Budd is the projected winner in this, although no official confirmation from Beasley's team. And we talked all night about what this means for the U.S. Senate and who holds power there. But also there's been talk about the results of this election could be an indicator of how North Carolina may vote in the 2024 presidential election. So a lot of weight here. Then obviously this will continue the trend of a Republican senator representing New North Carolina. There hasn't been a Democrat since 2008. So the temperature here still pretty optimistic. Again, no official word from Beasley's campaign, but we'll keep you updated if she does come out and officially make a statement with these results rolling in. That's the very latest from downtown Raleigh. Brianna Harper, WCNC Charlotte.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And now we want to get a look at the big races on the national scale.
Yeah, while we await here Ted Budd to make some sort of announcement, we want to check in with our Michelle Bowden, who's been keeping an eye on all of these Senate races to watch. We know North Carolina had one of those Senate races people are kind of keeping an eye on, but you've got some big ones that really are kind of up in the air.
Yeah, you mentioned North Carolina. North Carolina was one of really 9 races that people were watching across the country. One of the other big ones, Georgia. That's why I've got this graphic up right now, because I've been watching this all night, and let me tell you, it is as close as people predicted. Right now, with 88% of precincts coming in, Herschel Walker in the lead, 49.2% over Raphael Warnock. Of course, he's the incumbent Democrat there in Georgia with 48.8%. Now remember, this is a state where if someone doesn't win 50 plus 1%, that means this goes to a runoff. That's scheduled for December 6th. So this race still very tight, something like 15,000 votes separating the two of them, with 88% of precincts coming in. I've got a few other races I just want to catch you up on. Some of the big ones: Ohio, Republican J.D. Vance, the author, that was one of the ones that was coming down to the wire. He's predicted the winner at this point. New Hampshire, Democrat Maggie Hassan, she does win re-election there, so that's a Democrat keeping that seat. And in Colorado, the Democrat keeping that seat, the incumbent there winning as well. Of course, we've been talking all night. Another key race close to home, South Carolina, no surprise there. Republican Tim Scott, hanging on to his seat there in the Senate. So those are some of the big ones. Pennsylvania, of course, another one a lot of people have been watching there. Dr. Mehmet Oz and John Fetterman. That one also 49% right now. Democrat Fetterman in the lead to Mehmet Oz is 48%. So Pennsylvania, just like Georgia, coming down to the wire as many people anticipated. Back to you.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. Let's switch gears now to another big race in North Carolina, the fight for the state's new 14th district. Democrat Jeff Jackson facing Republican Pat Harrigan. Here's a look at those latest numbers. There you can see Jeff Jackson winning that race 57%, Pat Harrigan at 43%.
And so we want to get to our team coverage continuing. WCNC Charlotte's Julia Kaufman, who has been with Jeff Jackson's campaign at that watch party throughout the evening. It looks like it is starting to clear out behind you, but you did get to hear from Jackson right after those projections of victory were made.
Right, Vanessa, Fred, good evening. The room has cleared out. It is much quieter than it was earlier. But I mean, the crowd when it was here was exploding with energy. Jackson and his supporters are elated to take over the first ever 14th congressional district for North Carolina. His winning acceptance speech tonight really continued his narrative of honesty and decency. Now, his mission is, he says, is to improve career opportunities, education, and affordable housing. He also spoke on the need for people and politicians on both sides of the aisle to come together. And of course, he recognized the opportunity this district gives him and his campaign as the first ever 14th district.
Tonight's victory, as most of you know, is in a new district. One that's never existed, that's very rare. A new district is an opportunity for a new start, for a new generation, and for a new set of expectations.
Jackson also thanked his Republican opponent, Pat Harrigan. He told me earlier today his first priority in Congress will be to tackle inflation. In Charlotte, Julia Kaufman, WCNC Charlotte.
Okay, Julia, thank you. Now we want to get over to our Jane Monreal, who's been standing by at the Harrigan camp.
Yeah, Jane, you heard from him. It sounds like he doesn't have any regrets here.
Absolutely not, Vanessa and Fred. I talked to him shortly after the polls closed in North Carolina at 7:30, and he said, listen, we did the best we could. No looking back, no regrets. We ran our race, so regardless of the outcome, they could hold their head up high. Now, you might have known that Pat Harrigan is not a career politician. This was his entree, his attempt into politics. Businessman dealing with firearms manufacturing out of Fayetteville, and now ending up in Boone County, or I should say Hickory. But he also had, some support here in Gaston County, and was hoping to lead Gaston County, most of Gaston County and Mecklenburg County into a strong economy. His priority as well was inflation. But, back and forth with the race, it was unfriendly at times. He had sent an open letter to Jeff Jackson, but at the end of the day, he gave it up to Mr. Jackson. This is what he had to say at his concession speech.
We have far too many politicians in Washington and not enough leaders. Remember, politicians are worried about winning the next election. Leaders concern themselves with the next generation. How do we fix it? It's a simple answer: leadership.
And he did call Jackson a formidable opponent. Live at the Legacy Event Center in Gastonia, Jane Monreal, WCNC Charlotte.
Okay, Jane, thank you. Now let's look to North Carolina's District 12. Democratic incumbent Alma Adams won her re-election over Republican Tyler Lee.
And WCNC Charlotte's Jessie Pierre shares what her campaign had to say.
It is a celebration for Congresswoman Alma Adams, who will be representing District 12 for her 5th term. The Democrat easily crushed her GOP challenger in an overwhelmingly blue district. Adams took to the podium during her watch party. She thanked God, her staff, everyone who campaigned for her, and all those who voted for her. She said there is a lot of work that needs to be done, and she will continue to focus on several key issues like affordable housing, the economy, and higher education.
I do encourage everyone to take the passionate intensity, and clearly I've seen it throughout early vote and even today, that we felt over the past few weeks, and to recommit to the pursuit of justice for all Americans, because I believe that that's what not only we need, but what we want.
She said she will continue to work with both sides of the aisles on district priorities, and she is looking forward to seeing the results as they come in tonight. In Uptown, Jessie Pierre, WCNC Charlotte.
Meanwhile, taking a look at another congressional race here for North Carolina's 8th district, GOP's Dan Bishop taking the win over Democrat Scott Huffman.
And our Megan Bragg gives us an update tonight from a Bishop watch party in Union County.
Here at Dan Bishop's camp, they are celebrating as he won the 8th district for the NC House. Bishop was running against Democratic candidate Scott Huffman. Bishop served in the NC State Senate from 2017 to 2019, and he has been in Congress since. He has a lot of goals for North Carolina. One is the economy.
Inflation, the cost of living is out of control, and that has a cause. It didn't just happen. It's caused by terrible policies by Joe Biden and Democrats in Washington.
And you heard him right there. His main focus is to really help with the economy. He says he wants to get prices down for North Carolinians. Reporting in Union County, Megan Bragg, WCNC Charlotte.
Thank you, Megan. And coming up after the break, we are getting even more analysis of these election results.
That's right. You know, we're going to be sitting down with Winthrop political science professor Scott Huffman to talk about the results, were there surprises, what are the implications? All those insights coming up next.
We're staying up so you don't have to.
We'll have all the results from city bonds to school board races and congressional races.
See the difference tomorrow morning on Wake Up Charlotte, 4:30 to 7 a.m.
Life after an accident is tough. That's why DeMayo Law Offices offers so many of our services for free. If you've been injured, call DeMayo Law Offices now. Well, we don't get paid until you do, and getting started is free.
Hey, girls! Hi.
Hello,
Are you kidding me? Is that for me? How? Oh, can't wait to see what you got your mother.
The BMW Road Home Sales Event, on now. Receive a credit of up to $3,250 on select models now through November 30th.
Mom!
Scooch over. Oh, do you have any margarine? Is the heat not on? Oh, is this for me? Top price, $250,000? You know, I have always wanted to spend the holidays in Europe.
Oh. Holiday scratch-offs make everyone's dreams come true.
Chevy Silverado. It's got the power you want and the capability you need to do the job, so you can get to the important work. Find new moments, find new roads. Get $1,500 total cash allowance on all 2022 Silverado pickups with a 2.7-liter turbo engine. Plus, unlock your code to claim $500 Chevy Cyber Cash. See your Carolina Chevy dealers.
Accidents don't just happen 9 to 5. They happen when you least expect them. Nights, weekends, holidays, you name it. That's why the team at DeMayo Law Offices is here for you 24/7. Seriously injured? Call DeMayo Law Offices today.
Time to pay up. After 2.5 years of deferrals, pandemic relief loans for small businesses are coming due.
We haven't been able to really recover.
Where's the Money investigates options for businesses still fighting to thrive. WCNC Charlotte, Wednesday at 6.
Start your day with Wake Up Charlotte tomorrow morning right here at 4:30.
Welcome back, everyone. Sitting down here with Winthrop political science professor Scott Huffman to get some insights on what we've been seeing so far this evening with Election Day. As far as the Carolinas go, I feel like we haven't seen too many surprises, if any. Have we seen?
No, the only thing I was maybe a bit surprised by was I thought the 13th might stay in Republican hands, and it looks like it's going to go Democratic. That was Ted Budd's old seat, and most of the outstanding, in fact, I believe nearly all of the outstanding precincts are in Democratic stronghold of Wake County. So that was a bit of a surprise. I really didn't predict that. Beasley was going to need a lot of extraordinary things to happen, every domino to fall in place in order to win, and she just could not pull it out in the end. I think that was probably the the betting money was on that outcome.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, obviously the big picture here, the nationwide interest in all of these races is the control of Congress, the balance of power, as we've been talking about all evening. I mean, as far as the races that you're watching right now coming in, anything that is interesting you, any big surprises that we've been watching in other states that you're kind of seeing the results come in and go,
Well, New Hampshire needed to stay Democratic at the Senate level for the Democrats to even have a chance at not getting wiped out in the Senate. They held on. Arizona looked like it could be a strong Republican showing, but in fact, the way that votes are coming out now, Arizona is leaning strongly Democratic, both in the Senate and the gubernatorial race. That's a bit of a surprise. I mean, other things like Gavin Newsom winning, the gubernatorial race in California, everybody expected that. We're still waiting on Colorado. That should stay in Democratic hands, and the Democrats absolutely need it to stay in Democratic hands. We won't know anything about Pennsylvania in the short term. We're just going to have to sit and wait. And Georgia, Herschel Walker is ahead, but he is not currently over that 50% mark, which would allow him to avoid a runoff. So that is going to come down to the last votes for him, even though the Democratic candidate for governor, Stacey Abrams, lost.
Yeah, we were talking about this Georgia Senate race and, the fact that you do have to get that 50%, and the Libertarian candidate, would he be a spoiler or not? So I guess we're kind of seeing the picture. I'm hearing that Ted Budd is actually about to come out and make an announcement. Are we ready to take that shot? All right.
Yep, Ted Budd standing by in Winston-Salem here at the lectern. Let's listen in to what he is about to say. Ted Budd over Cheri Beasley here in the U.S. Senate race in North Carolina. Speaking now, let's listen.
Well, thank you, North Carolina. Great. Well, what an incredible and long night this has been, folks. All right. Senator Tillis, thank you for that great introduction and for everything that you have done for our state. I cannot wait to partner with you in the U.S. Senate and do great things for our state and for our country as well. All right, so let's give Senator Tillis a hand. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, your friendship and your support, it has meant the world to me. So thank you for everything that you've done for our movement. We thank you for being an authentic voice for the American dream and for our conservative values. So thank you. Chairman Michael Wadley, folks, this man is the best state party chairman in our country. Your hard work and your commitment to our party has kept North Carolina red, and it has fueled the conservative victory that we see tonight. Folks, we are lucky to have him and here supporting all of us, and we appreciate you, Michael. Now, in the scriptures, the psalmist tells us, "Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His steadfast love endures forever." In North Carolina, we certainly do give him thanks tonight, don't we? So I'm going to thank my wonderful wife, Amy Kate, for her love. For her love, for her encouragement, her patience, her road miles, her hard work, and for blessing us with our 3 wonderful kids, Joshua, Catherine, and Macy. I'm proud of you all, and I am eternally thankful that God has given me such an amazing family. And that includes you, Mom and Dad, and my brothers, in-laws, nephews, nieces, cousins, and extended family. I also want to thank my friends and my neighbors especially those that we've known each other for a long, long time. I look around this room and I see so many familiar faces. We've always stood by each other, and I treasure those friendships. I want to thank my team and for all the work of our NC GOP volunteers and the Bud crew chiefs in all 100 counties, folks. You know, without your hard work, we definitely wouldn't be here tonight, so thank you. And I want to thank President Donald J. Trump. And I want to thank North Carolina's own Laura Trump and the entire Trump family for everything that they are doing to make our country great again. And I also want to take a moment and recognize my opponent, Justice Cheri Beasley. We spoke on the phone, and I want to thank her for her service to our state and for running a spirited race. And finally, I want to thank the people of North Carolina for delivering this victory tonight, folks. You know, as someone who was born and raised here in North Carolina, this state's part of me. It's in my bones, and I want to make the old North State that much better again. You know, our friends in the national media, they thought they had this state all figured out. They used terms to describe North Carolina this year as sleepy, quiet, under the radar, and that list goes on and on. Well, I tell you that this so-called sleepy race, I think we sounded a loud and clear message in Washington, D.C. tonight. And here's what you've told me. You've said you've had enough of policies that make your lives worse. And you're sick of paying too much at the grocery store and at the gas pump. You're tired of feeling unsafe when you walk the streets. You're tired of being attacked just because you want to know what your kids are being taught at school. You know, our motto here in this state is esse quam videre, to be rather than to seem. So here in North Carolina, we're not flashy, we're not loud. Folks, we just get the job done. And that job is important now more than ever. It's time now to put the brakes on the Biden agenda of reckless spending, overregulation, and higher taxes. It's time to fully support the men and women of law enforcement who keep us safe each and every day. We need to support our law enforcement, secure our border, finish the wall, and give our border agents every resource they need to stop the cartels and the criminals from poisoning our citizens and our youth with deadly fentanyl.
Yes, sir.
You know, it's time we put our parents back in charge of their children's education, folks. How about that? Right? So as your next U.S. Senator, I will support parents wanting to know what their children are being taught in school and have a choice of where those children are going to school. Right? So let me ask here tonight, how many veterans do we have in here tonight? Absolutely. Folks, I think from the bottom of our heart, we need to give them a big hand. It's time that we honor the service of our men and women in uniform by restoring American strength to the world stage. A strong America, it keeps our citizens safe and the world more peaceful. Friends, tonight's victory is a humbling moment for me. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to serve you, and serving others is what my family's always been about. You know, many of you have heard me mention my grandfather, who was born in 1890. He has a saying that's become our family mottos down through the years. It's very simple and it's very straightforward. It's Just do what you say you're going to do. Well, folks, that's how I've operated throughout my life, and that's the kind of senator that I'm going to be for North Carolina. So I just want to thank you all and ask that God bless you all, and may God bless the United States of America. All right. Thank you.
All right, you're listening to a victory speech there from now Senator-elect Ted Budd, who defeated Cheri Beasley in a pretty close race, a nasty campaign it was. Lots of commercials, lots of ads, lots of money spent. You heard him give a nod to Donald Trump, the support he got from Donald Trump. He gave a nod to, despite Cheri Beasley outspending him, raising more money, at least $34 million in campaign money to his $12 million. He was able to defeat her in this race. Yeah, and we've been seeing really within the last couple of hours the solidifying of that lead, that 4 percentage point lead. And we see that even now with 99% of the precincts reporting. So there we have it, the conclusion of a highly watched race out of North Carolina with national implications. And for more of what happened in tonight's elections and more to come, stick with us on WCNC.com. Thanks for joining us.
When our clean, shiny truck pulls up in front of your house, everyone starts clapping because everyone is happy. Yeah! And that's why they all start dancing. We make junk disappear. All you have to do is point.
Get in the game with Zaxby's all-new loyalty program, Zax Rewards. Eat, earn, rack up the points. The more you do, the more rewards to choose from. Sign up for Zax Rewards and score a free Big Zax snack meal. Zaxby's. Download the app and get your game on.
When you need to find a new roommate, there's a RAV for that. Lease a new 2022 Toyota RAV4 LE for just $299 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places.
Ever wonder why Lidl charges so little for their delicious, fresh-baked goods?
No.
I heard Lidl's bakery is subsidized by the international travel industry to get us to book more trips. See that guy with the pretzel? Clearly, he wants to go to Germany.
He's 2.
Watch. How's that croissant?
Great.
Want to go to France?
Sure.
I'm gonna tell the others.
There was a time when the spirit of the season embraced us in its welcoming glow, when wondering eyes widened with enchantment, and with every tinkling bell, another cherished memory was made. There was a time that brought us closer to one another and to our better selves. It was a most wonderful time. It was Christmas, this Christmas, at Biltmore. Cherish the season with an overnight holiday stay.
When our clean, shiny truck pulls up in front of your house, everyone starts clapping because everyone is happy. Yeah! And that's why they all start dancing. We make junk disappear. All you have to do is point.
Start your day with Wake Up Charlotte tomorrow morning right here at 4:30.
At Pop's Discount Building Materials, we have doors, lots of doors, and our inventory is always changing. Whether you're looking for interior, exterior, mobile home, unique, or hard-to-find sizes, you'll find it at Pop's.
And the outcome has not been determined. But in our race, we know the outcome.
Jeff Jackson. So this is another projected winner here. Let's get over to his speech.
This is one of the biggest nights for our families' lives. And for you to be here and to share this moment with you is an absolute privilege and a joy, and I'm so grateful for all of you. Right now, there are hundreds of elections all across the state where votes are being counted and the outcome has not been determined. But in our race, we know the outcome. And it is the honor of a lifetime to tell you that we have won. Oh, that felt good to say. When you run for office, you learn how many people it really takes to help you win. How many people have to come together. And it starts with family. And you all just got to see mine, my wife of 10 years, Marissa Jackson, is right here. Our kids, Hayden, Owen, and Avery are here. I think some of you may have seen Avery on TV saying, "Vote for my dad." I'm so glad you took her advice. Campaigning is as hard on the family as it is on the candidate. And when you do something like this, you learn how strong your family really is. We made a decision to run as a family. We ran as a family, and now we have won as a family. Campaign team, they're all here with you right now. This is the hardest working group of young people you've ever met. They just did 7 days a week for 9 months straight. They stayed focused, they stayed positive, they stayed pretty cheerful, and they stayed united. Team, we simply would not have won without you. I am so grateful. Please join me in thanking our campaign team. And I want everyone here to know about our amazing volunteers, because so many volunteers are here with us tonight. Because of you, we reached tens of thousands more voters than we otherwise would have reached. You were the grassroots army for this campaign, and it worked. And finally, I want to thank my opponent, Pat Harrigan. Pat Harrigan is a good person. He ran a good campaign. He decided to step forward and run, which is not easy, for the same reasons that he joined the military and served overseas. It's because he loves our country and he wants what's best for it. Please join me in thanking my opponent. Tonight's victory, as most of you know, is in a new district. One that's never existed. That's very rare. A new district is an opportunity for a new start, for a new generation, and for a new set of expectations. I want to use this office to do important things for the people who live here. And that's not a short list. There are a lot of things that need to be done. But I want to do that work in a way that raises your expectations about what you deserve from people in this position, because your expectations are really low. They've never been lower. And that's a problem, because there are elements of this job that have never been more important. I believe that we are still in a moment unlike any of us has seen in our lifetimes, where there are strong political forces that would end your power as voters if it meant they never had to concede another election, if it meant power for them in perpetuity. Raising your expectations starts with being honest with you about this moment that we're in, and then telling you what we're going to do about it, and here's what we're going to do about it. We're going to start by making explicit our commitment to certain basic principles like honesty and decency, principles that should have nothing to do with partisanship.
All right. Yeah.
But that's not enough, because as far apart as we are today, we have to come back together. We have to. One of the ways we're going to do that is by seeing a shared future that we want to achieve more than we want to fight each other. And that means, in addition to the day-to-day back and forth of politics, people in my position have to do a better job of laying out a positive vision for our future. Something that we can see and believe in and almost grasp. And it doesn't have to be complicated. How about this? Let's have a country where all of our children can read well. Let's live in a country where young people can find careers that will let them raise a family, and where those families can afford to buy a home, and where that home is in the town where they work. And where that home is energy independent, and when someone in that family gets sick, they can get taken care of without running the risk of losing that home. That is not the country we live in right now, but it can be. And that's a positive vision that most people can get behind. It's a vision we can accomplish this decade. And imagine if we did, the dramatic upgrade that it would mean for our country. None of those goals are radical. None of them are partisan. They are simple and positive and fundamentally about giving you more control over your lives. Because if you march out into this life and you can't read well, other people are going to end up controlling your life for you. If you can't afford a home in the town where you work, you just lost control over something really important, because now you are renting or commuting forever. And if our homes are energy independent, then we can tell the oil companies and the oil countries that they don't get to control our lives anymore. And I'll tell you how we get it done. The biggest thing that we can do to actually achieve the future we want: give you as voters more power. Give you more power. Politicians have done everything they can.
And you're listening to Jeff Jackson speak, giving
from
his
you.
speech, saying tonight's victory is in a new district, offering an opportunity for a new start and a new set of expectations, basically vowing to up the expectation for elected officials in that seat.
Yeah, we heard that in that speech, and obviously making reference to this newly created district. So this is that District 14 we saw that came about from this latest census and the growth that we've seen in the state, and this new district that was added. In with Alma Adams, who is currently addressing folks right now, the projected winner or of this House District 2. So let's listen in to hear what she has to say.
And for the rest of the 117th Congress, and after the new Congress is sworn in January, on January 3rd. But going forward, I believe that we all need to work together if we are a divided government. I'm not calling that yet either, but we just don't know. But as the most senior Democrat member of North Carolina's delegation in the 118th Congress, I will continue to work with both sides of the aisle on our district.
A good evening. Thank you all so very much. Thank you for being here tonight, and thank you so much for being Team Beasley. I am so grateful that we have been on this journey together. And I want to start, hold on, y'all. This is the teleprompter. Not turned quite right. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I really do want to start with a word of thanks. Thank you to everyone who helped to get this campaign to the finish line. Thank you also very much, all the volunteers who knocked doors and the folks who made phone calls and drove people to the polls. I am so grateful, so grateful that I've met so many awesome folks along the way. And I give my deepest thanks to Team Beasley. I thank my husband, Kurt, whose partnership has been essential in this journey, and whose birthday we celebrate tonight. Happy birthday, Kurt. I love you dearly. And to our sons, Matthew and Thomas, who inspire me every single day. I could not have done it without the support of my men, and I love them so very much, and very thankful. A few minutes ago, I called Senator-elect Bud to congratulate him. And I offered him my support and encouraged him to stand in the tradition of our state, to be an independent leader that puts North Carolina first, and I hope he will. I hope he will. I am so proud of the race that we ran. I'm proud that all along we stayed true to our mission, that this race would be about the people and not politics. And even when others didn't, we believed in North Carolina. And I still do. This isn't the outcome that we wanted, but we have made history in North Carolina. And tonight I'm thinking of those who blazed trails before me so that I could reach this moment with you all here this evening. I'm thinking of my late mother, Lou Beasley, who showed me the importance of public service, of working for justice for all, and for standing for what's right. She was an amazing example and amazing woman. She knew the importance of staying the course and valuing the right to vote. My mother was granted the right to vote 57 years ago by the passage of the Voting Rights Act. And 57 years later, the work to make voting truly accessible continues. I'm thinking of my granddaddy Clarence and my grandmother Mimi, Rebecca, from Alabama, who married very young and searched for a better life for their family. With 76 cents in his pocket, Granddaddy Clarence hopped a train to Nashville, Tennessee, with dreams of a better future in his heart. He worked on the railroad all of his life, believing that for all of his sacrifice, his children and grandchildren would have it better. Granddaddy Clarence and Mimi believed firmly in the American dream. And despite the challenges they faced and the injustices they weathered, my grandparents worked hard to build a better future for their children and grandchildren. I am my grandparents' American dream. Regardless of the result, I remain resolved to fight for our beloved state. Because North Carolina is worth fighting for. And we are worth fighting for. Because our American dreams are worth pursuing. This election was never about the names on the ballot. It's about you, the people of this state, and your future. And after 2 decades as a judge and Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of North Carolina, I ran for the United States Senate for a simple reason. I love this state. But I've seen how Washington has failed people here. And over the last 19 months, I met North Carolinians in all 100 counties. You've shared with me your struggles, from jobs that don't pay the rent, to medication that costs too much, to loved ones who need health care but couldn't afford it, to small business owners who are the backbone of our economy and who need leaders with a backbone to do what's best for them. I've spoken with farmers who are paying way too much for fertilizer and for gas for farm equipment. I've heard from those who've been fearful of the threats to our democracy. And you've shared with me your hopes. Good schools for your children, regardless of your zip code, safe communities to live in, opportunities to prosper and thrive. I've seen time and again what I already knew. The people of our state are tough, resilient, and generous. And I heard from so many of you who wanted Washington to set aside the special interests and corporate donors and instead focus on helping our families, nurturing our communities. But while Washington focuses on pointing fingers, the people of North Carolina have to point forward. Because I, like all of you, still believe in a future where our rights are protected and our freedoms fulfilled, where seniors can retire with dignity and prescription drugs don't break the bank, where people can work 1, not 2 or 3 jobs to support their families, and that you don't have to go to college to get that job, where your leaders work for you, not themselves and not their corporate donors and special interest groups, where an American dream is a possibility for tomorrow and for all of us, not just a story of the past for some. And while I am indeed disappointed, I am not defeated. No, no, you won't. While I certainly wish for a different outcome, I am not leaving the fight because the issues that I ran on are too important, and an election doesn't determine my voice or my continued commitment to fight for each and every one of you. Progress in this country has never been promised. It always takes time. And always in the face of injustice and adversity, we continue to fight. By taking up the fight, we always make progress. It is because of this that I stand before you as the first African American woman to be nominated to the United States Senate from North Carolina, and the first African American woman to serve as Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of North Carolina. This fight doesn't only make my dreams possible, it makes our dreams possible. And with unprecedented attacks on our rights and democracy hanging in the balance, we just cannot afford to give up the fight. So I thank each and every one of you for your hard work and your commitment for the last 2 years. I am so filled with gratitude and hope for having been in this fight alongside each and every one of you and all of you that came here this evening. I thank you so very much. The fight continues because progress will continue. Thank you all so very much, and may God bless North Carolina and this country. I'm bringing out my family. Come on out, Kurt, Matthew, and Thomas.